Okay, welcome. I'm calling the public hearing to order on House Bill 558. Welcome, everybody. And since we are on a limited schedule this morning, I'm going to get right to calling our, oh, wait 1 second before we do that. I forgot. I'm going to call upon Representative Brown to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everybody. And I want to again introduce Representative Carroll as the sitting-in substitute for Representative Lewicki while he is undergoing his rehabilitation. With that said, Representative Ammon, you are the sponsor of the bill. Please introduce.
Good morning, Science, Technology, and Energy Committee. For the record, my name is Keith Ammon. I represent Hillsborough District 42, the towns of New Boston, Mount Vernon, and Lineborough. And in a previous term, I served on the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee, and I really enjoyed the subject matter that the committee covers. And so House Bill 558, as you can see by the title, it deals with electric microgrids and also grid resiliency. So I'm going to give you a little bit of an overview of what the bill entails and just some high-level thoughts about what a microgrid is and the benefits it could have. So House Bill 558, it allows for the creation of microgrid zones. So you can think of a microgrid zone as a deregulated industrial power zone. So you could imagine an area where there's an anchor tenant that could be a large manufacturer, a consumer of power, and the microgrid allows for direct relationship with the generator, the power generator. And the bill also prescribes some responsibilities if that microgrid were to interconnect with the main power grid. So it's an example of an independent electricity generating area. And so in exchange, the microgrid zone can assist the traditional power grid in balancing its energy systems through something called demand response. You probably hear a lot about demand response on this committee. The bill aims to attract new industries and businesses by offering a cheaper alternative to traditional energy systems and, again, improving grid resiliency and stability. In the bill, the Department of Energy is responsible for overseeing all the microgrids, ensuring their ability to improve grid stability, resiliency, and factoring in clean energy production. Microgrids are required to provide up to 20% of their power generation to the traditional grid to maintain stability. The microgrid operator is entitled to a regular rate of return for providing demand response to the traditional grid. The bill defines microgrid zones, and demand response, and outlines the processes for petitioning for microgrid designation, including a public hearing and impact analysis. And it also restricts rate regulation for those consuming electricity within the microgrid area and prevents recovery of costs from retail customers outside the microgrid zone. So it affects those that are operating within the grid, but not outside the microgrid area. And so there's different ways that this can be deployed. It could be an industrial, residential, commercial. It could be in a university setting, and it could also apply to community areas. And just a brief history of microgrid legislation in New Hampshire. The oldest I could find was back in 2018, And just about every year we've had a bill that touched on microgrids in some way, shape, or form. And so there's an interest as microgrid technology improves and gets smarter. There's actually a designation of a smart microgrid where you have a controller can balance out the consumption and generation within the microgrid and also manage the interconnection with the rest of the grid. So I asked the committee to please, it's the committee's bill at this point, and if there are improvements, I think there's several people that are going to come behind me that will have comments about how to improve this bill. And so I'm interested in, making this the best bill it could be, and looking for your input. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good to see you, Representative. I miss you being on this committee. I apologize for walking in late, and I just want to make sure that this handout is from you.
No, that's not from me. I believe that's from Dennis Porter.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I see one more question. Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome back, I suppose.
Thank you.
Representative Ammon. So I read the bill and I have quite a few questions, but I'll just ask them in turn when I'm recognized. So I noticed that the idea here is that the microgrid zones are initiated by the county commissioners in the county who petition the Department of Energy. What's the rationale behind that particular procedure?
Yeah, that's a good question. So the county commissioners we're giving responsibility to the county commissioners to know the particular local issues that deal with their county. So a person that was interested in creating a microgrid would first go to the county commissioners, and the county commissioners would petition the Department of Energy on their behalf. And so it would be some local government oversight, at least at the county level, so that it was a good fit for the local area. And that was the thinking with giving the county commissioners that responsibility. Open to suggestions on that.
I'll take one more question. Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Just as a somewhat of a follow-up to that question, I see that there were there are limitations on the number of microzones in a particular county, and that it can't cross county lines, and then also the size of the area.
It has to be a minimum of, I believe, 5 acres.
Yeah. What's the rationale for putting a limit of 3 per county?
Admittedly, it's an arbitrary number. It's to kind of manage the growth of microgrids. Like, obviously, if too many sprung up all at once, we might have issues balancing out the overall demand on the grid. It was just to put some brakes on the program not rolling out too quickly. And crossing county lines just had to do with giving responsibility to each county. Again, these are all open to suggestions. We can modify this however you see fit, but it was a starting point to at least provide some minimum size and some cap on the number so that it wasn't, we didn't have too many unintended consequences.
Okay, we're going to move on. We have a lot of speakers, and so I sense they'll be answering some of those questions behind you. Representative, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
And good luck. Good luck with your recovery. I'm going to call on Mr. Dennis Porter at this point. I don't know who he represents. He didn't put on his card.
Am I on? There we go.
You're on.
Well, thank you, Chairman and committee members, for letting me come here to speak today and for giving me the opportunity. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Dennis Porter. I am the CEO and co-founder of Satoshi Action Fund, which is a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that focuses on advocating for public policy at the state level. We also craft public policy to help states in their path to help improve their energy systems. I'm here to support this policy, and I hope that I can share some of the reasons why with you. We believe that this policy will help the state of New Hampshire to decrease its energy prices, grow carbon-free energy in the state and other energy projects, that it will drive local investment and create jobs, especially in the North Country, while also improving grid stability and resiliency throughout the state and within New England ISO. One of the major factors when you're considering job growth today is how to attract new businesses and new manufacturing to your state. And one of the most important factors for new industry and new manufacturing is the price of power. And in New Hampshire and across New England ISO, the price of power is somewhat unreasonable for most new manufacturing to take foothold. Also, traditional energy systems today are not well equipped to help the state of New Hampshire overcome this roadblock. So we believe that microgrids can help by providing a unique solution and a new path for New Hampshire to be able to overcome this roadblock and attract new generation while avoiding the traditional costs that may be overly burdensome in order for a new manufacturer or a new job creator to come to the state. This is done by creating microgrids that will be within these microgrid zones. And the purpose of them is to help new manufacturing and energy producers to work in tandem. The product of this policy and the implementation of it will be more business and more jobs here in the state. But that's not the only positive component that microgrids can offer through this policy. Once connected to the traditional energy infrastructure in the state of New Hampshire, these microgrids can also balance and act as an emergency reserve system during peak demand. This will help to keep prices down during peak demand by increasing the available supply to ratepayers and the traditional energy infrastructure. And it will also reduce the need for costly and often carbon-intensive electrical infrastructure that is used to support the grid during these peak demand moments, as you all saw recently during the winter storm. Microgrids are not a relatively new concept. They have been around for decades, but they are growing in popularity as states and regions look for new ways to reduce their energy prices in order to attract new business. A similar policy was introduced and passed and implemented in the state of West Virginia in September. That state was able to attract new generation and a $500 million investment to a rural area of the state. New Hampshire now faces a similar opportunity, only this policy goes a step further to ensure that all ratepayers and all buyers of power benefit from the growth of microgrids here in the state, regardless of whether or not they reside within the microgrid or microgrid zone itself. This is accomplished by providing the downward pressure on rates through the demand response component that is included within this policy and is the one major differentiating factor from the microgrid policy that was passed in West Virginia and implemented there in that state. There are various other positive benefits from this policy, and I'm happy to go over them with you, but I would urge the committee to vote yes on this bill. And thank you for your time, and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Powers. Good presentation. Welcome. And I'll open up to a couple of short questions. Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What are the fuels that are envisioned that might be used? The technologies and the fuels. What's going to fuel these microgrids?
It's a great question, Rep. Reynolds. Thank you so much for that. it's an important question to consider when you're talking about the growth of microgrids. What type of fuels might be considered or used? We believe that we should be somewhat tech neutral or tech agnostic or energy agnostic in the growth of these systems, and that the implementation should be left up to the Department of Energy and the states that make the decisions on what type of fuel source should be used. The policy does, though, take a look and consider, what type of fuel source will be used in the implementation process.
Representative Noel, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Is there an interconnection problem for a microgrid? Is there some additional equipment that needs to be brought in to define the microgrid?
That's an excellent question, Rep. Noel, and thank you for asking it, because we specifically lay out the interconnection process in the policy itself. Microgrids are typically plagued with two major problems. One is that in order to deal with the excess or lack of energy on a microgrid, they have to acquire a grid interconnection. Unfortunately, grid interconnections are extremely expensive and are plagued with regulatory burden and take a significant amount of time. So oftentimes microgrids do not get built. However, with the advent of high density flexible loads, microgrids can become somewhat self-regulatory or self-efficient, and they do not require a grid interconnection as was typically important in the past for the systems to operate functionally. And so now the policy recognizes the advent of these new technologies and lays out a path where those that want to build a microgrid and new generation and attract new jobs and investment can do so once they build the microgrid or once they start to apply for it. They must apply for grid interconnection to be connected to the main grid, but they're not required to have that grid interconnection at the moment they start building their operations. However, if there is at some point a grid interconnection that does get built, the grid itself, the microgrid itself, would have to perform demand response back to the traditional grid, and that's where the component of grid resiliency comes in.
Representative Harrington for our last question.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I won't actually ask a question other than who can I speak to about the bill? Because I have so many questions on this that it would take me an hour to go through them right now. So who's the right person to talk to after this so I can answer my questions?
I think that's a great question. Yeah, there's probably several people that would be good to talk to. I'm happy to stay afterwards and discuss with you. And I think also Representative Ammon, and then various other people like my policy director. If you need really narrowed down details, I'm happy to put you in touch with him as well.
Thank you, because there's a lot of terms in here that I'm not familiar with. They seem to be very generic and not applicable necessarily to New Hampshire.
I'm happy to take the time to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Powers. Thank you for staying around to answer other questions offline. That would be great. And I think Representative Harrington may have maybe a good straight man, because the next person I'm going to ask to come up here is Mr. Griffin Rovers from the DOE, and he may have some answers to some of those questions.
Thank you, Chairman Thomas, members of the committee. For the record, Griffin Roberge, State Energy Program Manager at the New Hampshire Department of Energy. The department is neutral on the bill. As the bill analysis notes, it establishes the authority for and procedures for adoption of electric microgrids. Given some of the questions that the committee has asked here today, I think the department would respectfully be in the same camp. We would very much welcome the opportunity to talk to the bill's sponsors and any supporters about the intent of this language, as there are some very large and basic questions that have not been fully resolved. In talking with folks in our regulatory support division, there was some observations that maybe this bill might fit well in other states, but is not necessarily suited to the way New Hampshire's electric utilities are structured. Some of the observations that we noted is that several of the definitions on page 1 seem rather loose and might welcome some further specificity. I know an earlier question was asked about the rationale for microgrid zones being minimized to an area set at 5 acres. We are not aware of the rationale for that. I think we'd welcome the opportunity to understand that. Who controls the microgrid? Who oversees the microgrid's operation? How does it work with the local electric distribution utility, whether that be Unitil, Liberty, or Eversource? I know that there's a definition of microgrid operator in there, but I think we view the definition of microgrid operator as quite broad. There is a role for the county to play in petitioning the department to get a microgrid zone approved, but does the county have any role following that process? Does it fall to the municipalities? Do they have any role in it? Those are areas that I think would be welcomed as well. Most significantly, I think the department would certainly require additional resources in order to implement the provisions of this statute. Per page 2, you'll see that, or bottom of page 1 and top of page 2, the Department of Energy is the body where counties will petition to approve these microgrid zones. Lines 3 to 5 on page 2 indicate that the Department of Energy shall complete an analysis of the potential impact the microgrid zone might have on retail customers. We view potential impact as quite broad. What exactly is the department vetting with these microgrid proposals? Again, further specificity there would be welcomed. We do not anticipate that reviewing these petitions will be easy. We realize that there will be a level of complexity, so I think we anticipate that additional staffing resources would be needed. Additionally, someone in our department highlights some cybersecurity concerns. The bill makes no reference to any type of cybersecurity provisions, such as who protects the microgrid, how is it protected, those types of things. Those are just some of the questions that we have internally in the department. And again, we'd welcome the opportunity to speak with the bill sponsors about it. And with that, I'm more than willing to answer any questions the committee might have.
Thank you, Mr. Roberge. I'll call on Representative Munns, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming back again on this beautiful Monday.
Yes.
I had a lot of questions as well, and one of the questions I had, and I don't know if you had the same question or were able to figure out or have an answer to my question. The prices that the microgrid would charge its customers, are those regulated?
Thank you for the question. As far as I understand, there aren't any approved microgrids in the state of New Hampshire that utilities work with on a regular basis as they go on and off the grid. So I think it'd be premature to maybe ask that question. I don't necessarily have an answer for that just because we don't really have a lot of case examples here in the state that follow that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Roberge, for your testimony. You're excused.
Thank you.
And I'm going to call on Mr. Michael Licata for the next testifier. Mr. Licata from Eversource.
Good morning. Michael Licata representing Eversource Energy. I'll try not to be duplicative. I think we have a number of the same concerns as the Department of Energy laid out. Appreciate the opportunity to testify, appreciate the sponsors filing this legislation. We are opposed as written, but we are certainly supportive of the development of microgrids. Microgrids can actually be quite useful to both the end user as well as the utility. They can be used to increase reliability. They can be used to reduce cost versus more traditional wired alternatives to improve resiliency in a specific area. Eversource, by way of background, we actually have a bit of experience in the development of microgrids in Massachusetts. We actually got approval and brought online a microgrid system, a battery storage system in place of a transmission upgrade for Provincetown at the edge of the Cape. That was a just under 25 megawatt battery storage system that, again, functions to improve local reliability. In New Hampshire, folks might recall that we actually proposed a 1.7 megawatt battery in Westmoreland that we did not get approval for, but it would have been a similar type of concept. We are concerned with the broad scope of the bill. It's not clear to us exactly how this would interact with existing state statutes, specifically around net metering and group net metering, which allows for multiple entities to participate in a single generation installation. We would also note, as Mr. Roberge noted, it would be a significant expansion of the DOE's current role, really put them in the role of almost a grid operator in terms of reviewing the engineering and design and interaction between these microgrids and the utilities. And it's really unclear how the utility, based upon the language, would be interacting with the DOE when these grids were proposed. The review that would be required of the Department of Energy presumably would be based on utility engineering and design. So how we would inform them, interact with them about our system where the microgrid was proposed. That said, as I started, we do have experience in microgrid development. We do think that there's value in some of the concepts in the bill. We would be happy to work with the bill sponsor and other stakeholders. There's a lot here, and would politely suggest perhaps retaining this legislation to get worked on in a more comprehensive fashion might be a good outcome. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Representative Corman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you again, Mr. Licata. I'm referring specifically to page 3, lines 19 through 21, which says if utilities are unwilling or incapable of funding the grid interconnection, microgrid operators may fund the connection, at which point the microgrid operator will be exempt from any cost to maintain their connection. I'm wondering if you interpret this the same way as I do, which is that the utilities might say, no, we don't really want to fund this interconnection. The microgrid operators connect, and then the utility is on the hook to maintain it. Is that how you interpret it?
Potentially, I think it's sort of a good example of where the bill could use a bit more clarity. So the way it works right now is if someone is installing generation, storage, the utility does an engineering evaluation of that interconnection, an interconnection study. If there are costs associated with upgrading the local distribution system at that location, based upon that engineering study, the developer who is proposing it is required to pay for that so that the cost is not sort of socialized to all customers. So that's how it works today. This contemplates that the utilities would be unwilling or incapable of funding the grid interconnection, which again is not how it works currently. And then after that, we're a little unclear, but certainly what you're suggesting could be a potential outcome of that language. Sorry if that's not particularly direct.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Seeing no others, questions, I will now call on a Mr. Joseph Kowalczyk, please.
Chairman, I testify in House Bill 272.
Oh, my apologies. I got mixed into this. Great. In that case, I'll call on Mr. Sam Evans Brown from Clean Energy, New Hampshire.
Thank you, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Sam Evans Brown. I'm the Executive Director of Clean Energy New Hampshire. We are neutral on the bill as written. I think folks have spotlighted already some of the questions that I had when this came across my desk. But similarly to Eversource, I just want to say that we are very supportive of the concept of developing microgrids. Be very happy to work on this bill to try to make it better. You've heard a bit already about the prospect of using these type of investments as so-called non-wires alternatives. If you're not familiar with that term, the idea is that utilities, as it stands, as load grows in a given area, the standard response is to build out new transmission and distribution infrastructure that are poles and wires, poles, wires, and transformers, the types of things that we're all very familiar with. But as the technological landscape changes, there's the opportunity to use some of these newer technologies that are in fact invested in by customers and are customer cited to avoid those investments and lower the cost of the grid overall. And I think that really ought to be the guiding star when considering how to establish a microgrid program. And I think that this bill maybe doesn't quite get there, but there's some really great ideas in here that we can work with the sponsor to try to get it there.
Thank you for your short testimony. And I'm going to call him Representative Brown for a question.
Could you clarify that for me a little bit more about the non-wired piece? Somewhere there has to be wires, right? That are doing
Sure.
something.
Yeah. So my favorite story about this is from the Boothbay Peninsula in Maine, which if anyone's been to Boothbay, is a lovely little town that's chock full of art galleries and tourism attractions, and was experiencing substantial load growth. And so CMP, the Central Maine Power, the utility there, wanted to extend a new power line down to Boothbay that was going to cost somewhere in the neighborhood of $18 million. A small startup proposed an alternative proposal that said, hey, what if we could do the same thing, which is deliver what the service is the electricity provides, but for less cost. And their proposal included citing storage down at the end of the peninsula, battery storage. It included investing aggressively in efficiency. So they installed LED lighting in all of the little quaint art galleries down on the tip of the peninsula. They installed, they also installed thermal storage that we refer to as ice bear air conditioners that make ice at night and then just blow a fan over the ice during the day. So it's a way to do thermal storage as opposed to using air conditioning, and then evaluated the costs of all those interventions. When the pilot was done, this was a pilot program, the cost was somewhere on the order of $1.8 million and avoided an $18 million transmission line upgrade. So that's the non-wires alternative can look like a lot of things. Anything that reduces demand can avoid the need to invest in new infrastructure, but it can also look like traditional small scale generation cited with industrial purposes, as the sponsor described.
Representative Reynolds, question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sam, thanks for describing that real world example. Is there a report online somewhere, a case study that was written about that?
So
folks could read.
Yeah, the Maine Public Utilities Commission has studied that because it was a pilot initiative. There's been extensive sort of reporting and study of it, and I'd be happy to share that with the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming in. What's the difference between a microgrid and a group net metering?
How'd that happen? Quite a lot. So group net metering is what results when you have a behind the meter generation asset that is partially offsetting the load of a customer, but then also allowed to export its power out onto the grid and is then resold by, essentially resold by the utility. It's a little more complicated than that, but that's the general arrangement. A microgrid's quite a bit more complex. It typically has the ability to island, which is to say if the power goes out, the microgrid continues to function, whereas your standard net metering host does not. And similarly, microgrids can use all sorts of different types of generation, whereas group net metering typically is hydro, solar, or small scale wind. In Connecticut, where the most aggressive microgrid program in New England is located, there's actually a fair amount of fuel cells that are being used for microgrids. So just to say, they really are two very separate types of applications.
See no other questions. Thank you, Mr. Sam Evans Brown, for coming here. You are a frequent contributor to our committee. I'm going to call on the last speaker, Mr. Drew Armstrong, and in the interest of fairness to our other speakers, if you could keep your presentation down to just a few minutes instead of the 10, that would be great. Understand. That's okay. Just the salient points. Do you have any written testimony?
Hey, sorry. I'm Drew Armstrong, the president and COO of Cathedra Bitcoin, a Bitcoin mining company that has had operations here in northern New Hampshire, manufacturing operations for the last 12 months. And Isaac Fidian.
Hello, I'm the Chief Field Operations and Manufacturing Officer for Cathedra Bitcoin. Sort of recruited Cathedra Bitcoin to come into northern New Hampshire to do manufacturing there. So we've been building our mobile modular data centers, we call them rovers, up in northern New Hampshire, and working with lots of other local business up there to do that. We have a contractor model, so we use local electricians, local steel workers, what have you. So I'm a New Hampshire native, born and raised, and I'm excited about the potential to bring jobs to New Hampshire.
Yeah, and so Representative Oz, we will keep it quite brief, but just wanted to offer a called business perspective for what microgrids and what this legislation could mean. At Cathedra Bitcoin, we believe that sound money and abundant energy are the keys to human flourishing, and in fact, we believe all wealth creation requires energy as an input, and there's no, it's an inevitable aspect of wealth creation. Now, I think the main benefits that microgrids can offer, especially a state like New Hampshire, is the ability to improve the energy system over time through allowing pockets of experimentation, whether that's new forms of generation, say like small modular reactors, or potentially unlocking the role that Bitcoin mining can play as a dispatchable load that can help improve grid resiliency, help support base load generation, and potentially provide new ways to create jobs and industry up in states like New Hampshire, particularly the North Country.
And one of the things that we've been working on One of the things we've been working on quite extensively is the ability to load shed. So I come from a company prior to this called Great American Mining, and we developed some prototype modular data centers. And the primary purpose of those was to take advantage of wasted flare gas in oil and gas industry. So you go out and you have this multi-story flame burning 24/7. It's not being used for anything productive. It's just pollution and waste. And so we would go out to those sites, capture the gas, clean it up, and use that as a fuel input to power these mobile data centers. And one of the limitations of that is you need to be able to shed load quickly if there's a gas loss. And this kind of take on generation where you can respond to the availability of power is something that we believe could be quite useful to ISO New England in general, where you could have these, what we have designed, these modular data centers, they could shed load quite rapidly within a second. So if you're in a peak demand period, instead of turning on a bunch of oil powered generation, you could just shed load quite quickly. And that could provide stability to the grid, and it could lower costs and reduce carbon emissions as well.
And so just to conclude, we think that legislation like this that supports and promotes microgrids and experimentation within the energy system in responsible siloed pockets has the ability to have a hugely positive impact on the grid as a whole.
Excellent. Thank you so much for respecting the time and being able to concisely state everything. It was very nice. Representative Harrington has a question.
make it short. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Would you anticipate companies like yours, if this was to be passed, would take on a formal capacity supply obligation with ISO New England and the forward capacity market?
Well, so I think with this legislation is, at least from my opinion, most interesting is it allows for novel ways to design energy systems. For example, say you have a series of small modular reactors with capacity, with generation capacity in excess of what the average local demand is. Microgrids would allow for experimentation where you could have Bitcoin mining buttress that generation and be a willing, call it demand response partner to switch off whenever the local demand on that microgrid, reaches near peak. Now, in terms of entering into a deal with ISO New England for, say, a long-term PPA,
Excuse me, it wouldn't be a PPA. It's a capacity supply obligation.
capacity supply, yeah. Bitcoin miners could absolutely enter into the capacity markets. I'm not sure of the exact. I would need to talk to the gentleman from Eversource and some of the other folks in ISO NE. But Bitcoin mining theoretically could be a participant in the capacity markets, yeah.
Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm generally supportive of the idea of microgrids, technological progress. It sounds wonderful that your microgrid might be able to jump in and supplement the grid at periods of peak times. But again, I ask the question, what do you envision your microgrid being fueled by? Do you intend to build, especially you're in the North Country, what's going to fuel it? Are you going to build renewable generation or what?
For the sake of leveling expectations, I don't think our company is well capitalized enough to build an entire microgrid ourselves and to finance an entire microgrid ourselves. That said, I think the generation source that I think is most appealing long term, especially in the context of microgrid, are small modular advanced nuclear reactors that effectively some of them have the ability to use nuclear waste as fuel and help address that problem as well. But SMRs and nuclear reactors in general typically are slow to ramp up and down generation. Something like a microgrid here could be perfect, where they're able to build the reactors on their sort of schedule, are not necessarily beholden to utility transmission build out. And if they have captive demand in the area on that microgrid, then they have the ability to serve whatever communities and businesses are there, with Bitcoin mining being a tool to help make sure that is economically viable. And then, of course, if there is ever demand from the grid and there is an interconnection built, obviously, the larger the energy system is and the more different pockets of generation it can draw from, the better it is for resiliency and hopefully for consumer pricing as well.
Okay, seeing no further questions, thank you so much. Very interesting, as a matter of fact. Thanks for coming up here. Don't be a stranger. Come back again. Thank you. With that, I have no other pink slips for speakers, so I will close House Bill 558 and ask Representative Pelosi to give the reading on the blue sheets and online.
I will. Thank you, Chair. May I get that information to you later? I do not have it at the moment.
Okay. Before I open up the next public hearing, I would just like to make a rather sad announcement, but a former representative, Gary Hopper, passed away last night after his struggle with cancer. We just got notice this morning. My sympathy to his family and friends. So, with that said, I will open up House Bill 372 and ask the prime sponsor, Representative Kaplan, to come up and introduce the bill.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and good morning, colleagues of the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee. For the record, my name is Tony Kaplan, and I represent Merrimack 8, the towns of Henniker, Bradford, and Warner. And I'm here today to present House Bill 372, which is intended to establish a study commission to look at the short and long-term impacts of carbon pricing mechanisms on the regional and national level on the people, industry, businesses, and environment of the state of New Hampshire. So I will be brief in my testimony because I believe that there will be people up here subsequently who will be much better placed to give a granular and nuanced perspective on this issue. But in brief, what is carbon pricing? Carbon pricing is a tool enacted at a economy-wide scale that's intended to levelize the playing field among energy-generating sources, so that the hidden subsidy that no one pays at the moment on the market for the production and consumption of fossil fuels is brought onto the balance sheet, so to speak, so that people can make true cost calculations, and so that the least cost, most efficient way of doing business will be the way that wins the day, so to speak. So what are the impacts? What are the hidden subsidies that at present nobody really pays? The impacts of the production and consumption of fossil fuels would include things like the human health impacts, which at the present in the United States is calculated at $60 billion a year, including 230,000 deaths due to the production and consumption of fossil fuels. Impacts would include things like climate change impacts, like the destruction of crops, severe weather events, which I think in 2022 alone in the United States, there were 18 such severe weather events when the average in previous decades has been 3 or 4. These 18 severe weather events cost over $1 billion each. And so what is the fraction attributable to the production and consumption of fossil fuels in New Hampshire? That's a calculation that, that economists make and increasingly accepted by businesses and in governments. So what other impacts are we talking about? Climate change, refugees, people from countries not as resilient as ours, where a drought or a flood means they have one choice, and that is to pack up and go because their livelihoods are no longer viable and their lives are at risk. So all these impacts put together go into what people call the social cost of carbon. These are calculations, as I said, that are increasingly accepted by governments and businesses. The EPA has a tool, the social cost of carbon, where they calculate that it's, I think, roughly $190 per ton of carbon. And that would take into account all of the impacts of the currently a hidden subsidy for the production and consumption of fossil fuels. So the fact that these are calculations that are already being made and widely accepted makes it easier to implement economy-wide tools such as a carbon pricing regime. And we see that these are spreading around the world. The European Union has a carbon pricing regime. It's the second or third largest economy in the world, and they just recently announced in the last couple months that they will begin enacting what they call border adjustment fees, which is a fee on products coming across their borders from places such as our country that don't have carbon pricing regimes, which means that our products are at a disadvantage. China is discussing this. There are 6 provinces in Canada that are currently administering carbon pricing regimes inside their borders, and there's discussion at the federal level in Canada. Certainly discussion in Washington, especially with the Biden administration's zero carbon goal by 2050. There's a push to get to zero carbon neutral economy by 2050. And so currently we see a raft of subsidies, a raft of mandates coming down, including the Inflation Reduction Act, which we're all familiar with. And these are all intended to move us to a carbon neutral economy by 2050. But the experts are saying that this is not going to be enough. It's going to be close, but not quite enough. And so that a tool such as a carbon pricing regime, which is a very simple, elegant, market-based tool, it's one number. It takes the place of all those mandates, all those subsidies. Will be the ticket to getting us to that last mile, so to speak, of getting to carbon neutral by 2050. So this bill is not intended to argue for a carbon pricing regime in the state of New Hampshire. It's saying that these are mechanisms that are spreading around the world. There's a discussion in Washington. There's a likelihood that this will happen, and that as a state, as leaders of the state, we should be taking a look and looking around and seeing what the impacts are on our businesses, on our interests, on our people, and preparing for the days, should it come, that we're facing a regime like that at the federal level or at even a regional level. We can see that to the south, the state of Massachusetts is talking about it. So there are individual states as well that are looking at this. So that's my bill in a nutshell. I will say that at the suggestion of my colleague, Representative Munns, I would like to offer an amendment to be before you by next Thursday, executive session, not next Thursday, this Thursday. And that would be to add 2 positions, 2 spots on the commission to the Department of Energy. Currently, there are no spots for the Department of Energy, so that's an oversight that I think needs to be corrected. Also, to lengthen the study period so that the current date of November 2023 would be an interim report, and they would have an additional year to come up with a final report. So those are 2 amendments that I think will be before you on Thursday. And if there's any other ideas that come out of the discussion today, I'd be happy to work with those. I will add one more thing. I've got to scoot after this, but I shall return in the afternoon, as Douglas MacArthur said. Well, he didn't say the afternoon, but he said he'd be back, and I will be back as well. So with that, I'll conclude my testimony, and happy to try to take any questions.
Thank you, Representative Kaplan. Question from Representative Notter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony. Every term we have a carbon bill, and I've saved it. I have a file. I just keep adding to it. My question for you is, after all is implemented and taxed, how much does the carbon pricing actually lower CO2 emissions?
Well, I don't have an exact answer for you for the exact precise number, but what I do know is that the experts, what they say is that the carbon pricing mechanism is the most effective way of getting lowered carbon emissions because it actually leads people to make rational decisions in the marketplace based on the true cost of the fuel. And so, as opposed to like mandates coming from top down from the government saying you must do this or you're going to get in trouble, or some kind of subsidy, some kind of carrot as they call it, to try to entice you to do things. There's nothing more effective than actually having a market-based mechanism that will lead you to make rational, cost-based decisions.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Well, I have several sources that say that it will be lowered by 0.002%. And I have to go put on my other hat, but I too shall return this afternoon.
All right. Thank you for your question, Representative.
Okay, seeing no further questions, thank you so much for your testimony, and we'll be looking forward to seeing you coming back this afternoon. I will call upon Mr. Joe Fontaine from the Department of Environmental Services.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Again, for the record, my name is Joe Fontaine. I represent DES. Excuse me. DES has no position on the bill, but I just wanted to provide some information that might be useful to the committee. There are a couple of reports out there on carbon pricing that may be of interest. One is by the Carbon Pricing Leadership Coalition, and that was issued in 2022. I have one copy of each report, but I did email links to the 2 reports to the committee earlier this morning. The second report is the State and Trends of Carbon Pricing, also issued in 2022 by the World Bank. So those provide background on carbon pricing. Of course, at the regional level, we already have RGGI, which is a form of carbon pricing. It's limited to the electricity sector. It's not economy-wide. That's briefly all I intended to speak on today. I just wanted to make the committee aware of those 2 reports. Thank you.
Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just hearkening back to Representative Notter's question to the bill sponsor. We've had RGGI, which is, as you said, carbon cap pricing, carbon emissions allowances for over a decade. And there's lots of reports out, are there not, about the effect of RGGI in reducing the carbon intensity of generation, electric generation in the region?
Yes.
Can you comment on that?
Well, DES issues an annual report to this committee. And the annual report includes a graph that shows the emission reductions that have occurred since the beginning of RGGI, and they are significant, over 50%, I believe.
So over 50%, it's way more than 0.0002%.
For example, for New Hampshire specifically, baseline emissions, which I think are 2005, if memory serves, or from the applicable RGGI sources were a little over 8 million, and most recently they're a little under 3 million, I believe.
Wow.
So
Thank you.
Question, Representative Harrington.
Yeah, just to follow up to this figures you put out, is it correct to say that the overwhelming majority of that savings was a result of transferring from generating electricity using oil and coal to natural gas?
that's certainly a factor.
Thank you.
I'll take the liberty of one last question. Are you, you did mention 2 reports. Are there, carbon processing is not a new concept. Are there other reports out there or examples that the state can glean from this subject matter, as opposed to having another commission to study the same items?
I think this has been mostly talked about at the federal level, and as was mentioned by the bill sponsor, with the Inflation Reduction Act that was enacted. That's sort of an alternative to carbon pricing. So that's, funds grant money to fund projects. And I think that both of the organizations that I have brought up today previously in years past also issued reports. So they issue periodic reports. Off the top of my head, I'm not aware of others, but there probably are that have information on carbon pricing.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, I'll take the liberty of calling on the Honorable Marge Shepherdson, who had been a long-term member of the Science and Tech Committee. Welcome back, Marge. It's nice to see you again.
Others are giving a little bit. Others have given you statistics, and people after me can give you more details. I'd like to just stick with the big picture for what we're dealing with here. We know that climate change is happening primarily through the use of burning fossil fuels. And when the tub is overflowing, I'm sure you've heard this analogy, the first thing you do is turn off the tap. Well, carbon fee and dividend would help us turn off the tap of more carbon emissions, and then we could deal with what's left behind and start cleaning up the mess. I think business as usual is costing us a lot in terms of health, in terms of infrastructure replacement after big storms, et cetera, and business as usual is not really an option. Carbon fee and dividend is a way to give us some time so that we can, as I said, deal with the mess. I don't think we should be waiting for one magic solution. I know there are ideas. We can blow moon dust in the air and reflect the sunlight, all kinds of things. But we have a tool right here with carbon fee and dividend that has been proven to be effective. It is not a big government intervention. It's a market-based intervention. And it's the money for it would come from putting a price on pollution and causing people who cause the problem to help us collect money so we can deal with it. In the past, I know 6 years ago, I heard some of the same arguments, and you're probably tired of hearing the same things every year. But just saying that such a policy, carbon fee and dividend, would harm low-income people, or that it would hurt the economy, or that it's going to grow government, these things can be said, but that doesn't make them true. I also remember hearing Big Tobacco say, smoking is not harmful to your health. Well, you can say it, but that doesn't make it so. Let's rely instead on years and decades even of scientific data, of reports that tell us what is really happening and give us realistic projections of the way we are going. You're our leaders, and I hope in this case you will lead and allow us to study the effects of carbon pricing on New Hampshire tourism, businesses, our economy, our residents, and I really hope you'll take this under consideration and vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, the Honorable Shepperson. I'm sorry, I almost called you Representative, but
Okay.
says you were. Nice to see you again.
Thank you.
Next, I'm going to call, okay, just an announcement. We have 6 more speakers, and we're already out of our allotted time. So, but they all, I'm sure, are going to say the same thing. So I'm going to invite Mr. Joseph Kwasnick up for his short testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Joe Kwasnick. I'm representing myself. My background is many years of working for the National Grid as a Vice President of Environment and Head of Climate Change. I've also served as a Director and Chairman of the New Hampshire Electric Co-op and have worked as a Senior Advisor, Energy Advisor to Ceres in Boston. My testimony will be very short. One is I think this bill, focusing just on the bill itself, tells us that it will produce a commission that will, in the reading of the bill, will be bipartisan. And I do believe that that bipartisan commission will be able to come up with answers about what the impacts of carbon pricing will be on New Hampshire in the future. It's important to learn these things because we will be, sometime in the future, will be surrounded by a sea of states around us, and certainly nationally, that will be requiring carbon pricing on its own generators and emitters of carbon within their states. And you have to understand, I think you all do understand, is that much of our electricity, because we are tied into the regional grid, much of our electricity comes from out of state. It's typically Massachusetts, New York, Maine, and other states. And those states are already moving down the path of putting carbon pricing in place. And you have to understand that the price per megawatt hour of electricity imported into our state from those states will have a carbon price built into that megawatt hour. So we need to get back to the bill. We need to understand that process. We need to understand how these mechanisms will work, and do that in such a fashion that we could then craft our own strategies within New Hampshire how to deal with that. I'm not questioning or challenging climate change. I think it's a reality, but I'm thinking more about the economic impacts of what will happen to New Hampshire if we don't begin to recognize what's happening outside of our state lines, but also within our state lines. And I have just a little perspective. I was on a stakeholders group for the RGGI process back in back when dinosaurs still roamed the earth. But we found that with RGGI, if you did not participate in the RGGI process, all the states that were crafting the RGGI policies and regulations, if you weren't at the table, you were put at a distinct disadvantage as a state. For the same reasons I just mentioned, that electricity would be importing into New Hampshire, and you would still have the RGGI premiums built into those megawatt hour costs for electricity. And if you didn't join RGGI, you still paid those costs and could not benefit from the auction proceeds. So it's a similar analogy, and I think that unless we understand those processes, New Hampshire will be put at a great distinct disadvantage, both economically and also from an environmental point of view. So I appreciate the time. Thank you very much. And if there's any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Seeing no questions, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Will you be hanging around later, or are you set to go?
What do you mean by hanging?
staying.
I will stay, yes.
That's okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I will call next on a Barbara Southard. Yes. Sorry, and what was that pronunciation again? Southard? Southard, thank you. Southard, thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to come today and listen. And I'm coming because I believe that carbon pricing is absolutely, positively in our future, whether we like it or not. And if we don't prepare for it, we're going to suffer the consequences. Canada, the UK, and many other countries already have it. And because they do, products with a high carbon content, and that's like iron, steel, cement, fertilizer, aluminum, and of course fossil fuels, they cost more in these countries. And it makes them less competitive. And that means that the industries in those countries consider relocating. Well, that's not what they want, but Inter-Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, or also called CBAM. With CBAM, countries that don't have a hard carbon price, they have to pay a fee, or sometimes called a levy, if they want to export products that have a high carbon content across the border there. And you have a model of that on your sheet there. And if they do that, is the U.S. going to want to follow suit? I'm sure other countries will, especially Canada. The EU is already transitioning to this CBAM in October of this year. So it's coming. And the U.S. is going to want to do it too, because industries are going to be pushing Congress to do it, because it's in their best interest. They want to be competitive. But the problem is you can't establish a CBAM without already having a carbon price domestically. So that's why this is coming, because industry is going to push for it, just like they did the Kigali Amendment. So carbon fee and dividend, as you've heard before, that's already been proposed in Congress. And you've got a model of that too, where we're going to put a gradually increasing price on high carbon content products at the source. And all of that revenue goes back to the citizens in equal portions. Is it popular? Well, most people are just not familiar with it. They don't even know what you're talking about. But when they find out, they are supportive. In fact, in New Hampshire here, 38 towns have already passed a resolution endorsing this policy. And more towns are scheduled to vote on it this year. So what would happen here in New Hampshire if we had carbon cashback or CBAM? I think it's important to study this. Would we want to put in more solar and wind? Would we want to build some charging stations maybe as people move to EVs? Yeah, and that's good for tourism if they have a place to charge, isn't it? And would we see more innovation and job creation? I believe carbon pricing and CBAM are definitely in our future, but these policies do take time to enact. I think we need to use that time wisely. Please vote to establish this commission. New Hampshire needs to prepare for a sustainable, prosperous, and healthy future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well done. Thank you. Question from Representative Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for taking my question. I noticed on the sheet here you have the carbon fee and dividend, carbon cashback, with 100% of the net revenue going back to the ratepayers. We do that with RGGI right now as far as it goes back to ratepayers. However, right now there's a bill that's actually we just heard about yet last week that takes that money away from the ratepayers and puts it towards more incentives for the for solar and wind and such. Do you believe that the ratepayers would be in favor of this if they knew they weren't going to get anything back and it was going to renewables instead?
Probably not. No, I think it's important to give it back.
Representative, do you have a question?
I do. Are we discussing this carbon pricing bill, or are we discussing the other bills?
Yes,
We're
I'm
discussing carbon, the
the
372.
100% carbon cut out of this bill, right? That you
Did you get that cut out?
I did. I was staring the reference to other bills and how they work and don't work. And I just wondering if that's relevance on this one.
I think in this particular case, the question on does it work the same as was relevant, and it wasn't carried any further, so I think it was good for this one. Any other questions?
Oh, yes.
Second try? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. There's one particular aspect of this bill that I have trouble getting a handle on, and that is whether or not the state or the federal government would be the best avenue for enacting this type of legislation. I think a study report would probably answer that, but I don't know. Could you give me your thoughts on that?
I'm not sure if I understand the question, but I think maybe it's about whether carbon cashback would be state or federal.
Should laws...
It could be either, but if the federal government creates a carbon cashback policy, that would supersede the state for sure. Is that what you're asking?
Is it? Good.
Yes, in part, but I'm also wondering where the most appropriate place for this type of legislation is, whether it be more appropriate to deal with carbon cashback on a state level or a uniform federal level. And I really don't know. I'm looking for, right now I understand there is federal legislation going forward with carbon cashback.
Well, I think the most appropriate level is federal myself, but one way to prepare for the federal one is to go state. I think it would be, because what the carbon cashback does is it just changes the market forces altogether, and it drives innovation, job creation, and of course, energy efficiency, renewable energy, all of those things. It drives that. And what would happen then is we'd be prepared for that federal policy.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you so much for your testimony. Well done.
Thank you.
I'm going to call next on a Joan Widmer for a 2-minute testimony.
Thank you for giving me a moment to provide some testimony in support of this piece of legislation. My name is Joan Widmer, and I'm a 43-year resident of the town of Amherst, New Hampshire. I'm also a registered nurse who works for a home health care agency, and we routinely see patients in our service that suffer from chronic respiratory diseases such as COPD, congestive obstructive pulmonary disease, and congestive heart failure. These patients experience exacerbations of their conditions when we have high heat index days. And as you know, the number of high heat index days is growing in the state of New Hampshire. And that this results in unplanned, unscheduled emergency department visits, which have an increasing cost in healthcare to the residents of this state, both through premiums such as Medicaid and through insurance premiums that we as individuals pay when insured individuals have higher utilization of emergency departments. It's a much higher cost of care than, say, for instance, home health care. In addition, the prolonged pollen seasons caused by climate change is resulting in ED admissions from people who suffer from asthma. And we all know that the tick season is now longer. The ticks are living in greater numbers over the winter because it's not as cold. And so this is causing increases in tick-borne diseases such as Lyme. And now new evidence is linking the air pollution associated with burning of fossil fuels with neurodegenerative diseases such as Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. There's increasing evidence supporting this link. So bottom line is we need to address climate change. And one way from everything that I've studied is through carbon pricing with cashback dividends for individuals so that the average consumer is not impacted by this. But as a whole, we're factoring in the true cost of burning fossil fuels into the cost of the energy that we choose to consume. It, as you've heard in prior testimony, encourages individuals to provide additional steps to keep their houses more energy efficient. I myself recently installed a heat pump and am thrilled with the significant reduction in my cost of heating, both through the complete elimination of oil usage, burning, and a reduction in my energy consumption. So those are examples. New Hampshire needs to prepare for carbon pricing and cashback dividends by studying the issue, as you've heard, and I won't reiterate too much that, you know, we need to be prepared. These are complex policies. Not only am I a nurse, but I have a master's in business administration. I worked 40 years in corporate finance and accounting, and everyone knows that the better prepared you are for significant change, the better off you'll be in accommodating those changes. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Barbara. Yes,
Joan.
Barbara.
It's okay. Okay, thank
Seeing no
you.
questions, thank you so much for coming here. Okay, Joan, I'm sorry. A lot of names today. I'm working my way through here as a substitute. I'm calling on Matt Stein next, please, I think, or Stern. Stein, okay.
Hi, I'm Matt Stein. I'm from Northampton, representing myself. I think you've heard and you'll continue to hear that having a price on carbon that impacts every corner of New Hampshire is a matter of when, not if. I'm the CEO of a venture-backed weather analytics company called Salient Predictions. Every day, I work closely with business leaders of some of the world's largest companies in the energy, insurance, manufacturing, and agriculture sectors. I can tell you from personal conversations with them that are also corroborated by numerous surveys that companies in the U.S. overwhelmingly support a price on carbon because it drives innovation, which will transform our economy and create new jobs. Even carbon-intensive businesses like oil and gas are not only supportive, but are lobbying for a carbon price. Take American Petroleum Institute as an example. That said, we need to understand the impacts on New Hampshire's residents, businesses, and municipalities. Most studies demonstrate that the impacts on carbon pricing are overwhelmingly positive for residents and businesses, but there may be a handful of challenging situations, like certain carbon-intensive small businesses that frankly may be difficult to quickly green. Case in point, my brother-in-law is a third-generation lobsterman. What will that mean to his business? We need to identify those situations and come up with potential solutions to limit any adverse impacts to them. The good news is that there's a tremendous amount of research and modeling that has been done on carbon pricing. And this is not just academic, but lessons from real-world implementations like are happening in Canada. We can learn from these and make sure that our citizens are prepared. We do not want to be caught flat-footed when federal carbon pricing legislation discussions really take off. So now is the perfect time for New Hampshire to mobilize and get ready. Thank you.
Thank you. A couple of interesting points here. Thank you for bringing those up. Seeing no other questions,
Thank you.
You're excused, and thank you for your testimony. Next, I'll call on Matt Callahan. It says here you have written testimony. Okay, good. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Chair and members of the committee for hearing me today. My name is Matthew Kaling. I live in Concord, New Hampshire, have for the last 30 years, and I support this bill. As a relevant background, I worked within the Division of Public Health Services here for over 30 years, both and also in the private sector as a consultant, primarily looking at environmental health data. How do you bring together what we see out there for environmental exposures and the health outcomes? For the last 10 years, I specifically worked under a CDC climate grant looking at how do we research and understand this, and then how do we build resilience? So for this specific bill that I'm supporting, the reasons are really that under the first section on findings, it really talked about how we need to study carbon pricing, right? We need to get out there and get in front of it to understand it better and get market-based climate protection and reducing of health and economic impacts. I believe we need this to study commission to better assess how to keep New Hampshire and America competitive in changing environmental and economic conditions. I believe in section 2 of on this bill, they could be improved by adding members that has a training and experience in public health impacts of environmental exposures, extreme weather, and climate change. Determining the relationship between weather, climate, and various health outcomes is very challenging and complex. I've spent 10 years and I'm just getting a sense for some of the things you heard mentioned here around Lyme disease, respiratory exposures, things of that sort. And there's good news, right? We've done very well as a nation improving our air quality and water quality, and people should know about that. There's a part in the bill that states in section 2, part 4B, the commission shall study the effects such pricing would have on public health, including morbidity, mortality, effects on reducing greenhouse gases and such. If that remains an essential activity in this commission, then public health expertise would be very beneficial. So in conclusion, I support the bill, and I support any efforts that we have to keep New Hampshire and America more competitive and resilient to these significant changes we have coming. So that's it for my testimony.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, thank you for coming and testifying. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I have for my last speaker, Mr. John Gage. We'll give his 2-minute testimony.
Thank you, Chairman. I actually asked for 15 because I believe I am the subject matter expert in carbon pricing at the federal level and around the world. I'm John Gage from Windham.
You will. I'd appreciate it if you could shorten it down quite a bit. We
I
are
will
on
definitely-
time schedule here. Okay.
I understand.
Thank you.
I will certainly try.
And we know you, John. So.
But I love talking carbon pricing. This is a great opportunity. Thank you so much for listening. So I support HB 372. Here's one way to look at it. If we had known 10 years ago that prices, energy prices, gas and oil prices were going to spike last year, if we knew for sure or had a very high likelihood of it happening 10 years ago, would we have done anything differently? Or would we have just let it happen? There's a lot of people hurting right now from high electricity prices, high heating oil prices. They didn't think, I better put insulation in my house because energy is going to get really expensive. They didn't replace their bulbs probably with LEDs. Maybe they bought an oil furnace 2 years ago, thinking that oil is a good way to heat my house. That's going to be another good way for 30 more years. Well, carbon pricing is growing and spreading around the world. Prices are going up. 10 years ago, there were 23 countries pricing carbon, countries and regions. Today, there's 68 countries and regions pricing carbon. It's tripled in 10 years. And the prices are rising. RGGI was brought up. RGGI's averaged about $5 per ton of CO2 emissions on fossil fuels used to generate electricity, which is about 20% of our greenhouse gas emissions. But Representative Noddard asked, does carbon pricing work to reduce emissions? And it's based on two things, whether it works or not. What is the price? And how does the market believe that that price is going to be stable, or what's going to happen to it in the future? So $5 per ton of CO2 is not a strong market signal at all. It's not going to drive innovation and emissions reductions. What Reggie was doing for us was raising money that we could reinvest in energy efficiency and help low-income households kind of prepare for the transition. It didn't drive down emissions 50% in New Hampshire in 10 years. But we do know what prices will do that because this has been studied for decades. The High Commission on Carbon Pricing, part of the World Bank, and associated with that report that was mentioned, the first report, estimates we need a price of between $135 per ton and thousands of dollars per ton in 2030 in order to be on the right emissions reductions path to achieve the 1.5 emissions temperature target. That's a global price. We need to be minimum $135 per ton around the world in 2030. Canada is going to be there. They're using carbon fee and dividend. They're at $40 now. They're rising every year, and they're going to be Canadian 170, US $135 per ton in 2030. The EU price tripled in the last 2 years. They are now between $60 and $80 a ton. They're using a cap and trade, so the price varies. But they'll certainly be around $135 a ton in 2030 also. And as was mentioned, they'll be using their CBAM to charge their carbon price on energy-intensive goods that are imported into that marketplace. It's not just going to be the EU. Other countries like Canada are watching this closely, and economists call what's going to happen a carbon club. Countries with similar prices will join together and have no CBAM between those countries and trade. But other countries that don't have a price on carbon will have to pay that carbon price on imports. The carbon club is just going to keep growing. The EU is starting it. Canada, the UK, and Japan are likely to join. Of all the developed countries in the world, only 2 of them don't price carbon right now. Australia did price it. Now they're not pricing it, but they'll likely price it again. It's one of the problems is how do you keep the carbon price there and permanent and durable? And that's where the cash back comes in. So Reggie spends most of the money or returns most of the money. It depends on what's going on. And it's got a low carbon price. It's around $13 per ton right now. But a regional carbon price or a straight carbon price doesn't have the benefit of being able to use CBAM. So you can only go to a certain level before you start to worry about pushing your businesses to free polluting states or regions. So it's a good way to send a heads up to your state or your region that carbon pricing is coming from above at the federal level. At the federal level, we can put a steadily rising high price on carbon. The Economist statement that I passed out describes what's going on as a market failure. It was described as when the costs of pollution are not included into the price of goods, then producers and consumers are not completely informed by price, and so they don't make efficient decisions. In the case of pollution, a third party is being harmed, and that harm is not being accounted for in the market. That's why economists want to put a price where the pollution enters the economy so that the guiding hand of the market, the price signal of the pollution is seen by investors and producers and consumers. It's simply the most cost-effective way to reduce pollution comprehensively throughout the whole economy. Charge coal, oil, and gas producers a steadily rising carbon fee. What you do with the money is up to politics. If you return it all back to households, most people come out ahead. I'm the state coordinator of Citizens Climate Lobby, a grassroots organization that is lobbying for bipartisan climate policies at the federal level. Why am I at the state level? I have insight that I'm hoping our state will use to take advantage of anticipating a federal price. It's
Mr.
like
Judge,
that.
can you sum up, please?
Yeah, sure. So there's global carbon pricing trends. It's spreading, prices are rising. There's national carbon pricing trends. The federal bill was introduced with bipartisan, bicameral support 3 sessions ago. It had several co-sponsors. The next time it was introduced, it was bipartisan in the House. It got up to about 75 co-sponsors. Last session, it got up to 96 co-sponsors. It is a carbon fee and dividend bill. So why should our state study what the impact of this would be on New Hampshire? Well, the longer we take to start pricing carbon at the federal level, the steeper we're going to have to rise that price to join that carbon club with all of our trading partners. We should do it as soon as possible so that we can do what Canada's doing and increase it a little bit each year. If we wait till 2030 and we have to put $135 per ton price, that's $1.35 on a gallon of gasoline, 10 cents per kilowatt hour in fossil fuel electricity. We don't want to do that.
Is that your closing statement?
So let me answer a couple questions.
One was fine.
Representative Nodder said 0.002%. I think she's trying to quote the amount of emissions that New Hampshire contributes as far as the country. She's got her decimal point wrong. When you say percent, you move the decimal point over. New Hampshire is 0.2% of U.S. emissions. We're about half per capita what the rest of the country is. What does that mean with a federal carbon fee and dividend? We get more money back, more money that's being collected from other states. The average household will be ahead by $1,000 in year 10 with the dividend. That's after paying all of the higher prices. Do we need a commission?
That was your third request, so could you end it in the next couple seconds?
Proxy carbon pricing is being used by hundreds of businesses and cities around the country already. They're not pricing carbon. They're building a carbon price into their books so that they make forward-looking decisions so that when the federal government does price carbon, they will not have made bad decisions in the meantime. Do I buy an oil furnace or a heat pump? Well, if you know that the carbon price is going to be $135 in 2030 and double that in 2040, and so on, you will favor the heat pump. Even though it's a little more expensive, it's going to save you a lot of money over time, and that's what we can do for the state. I don't like wasting money. I don't want our state to waste money. We need to do a bipartisan look at the carbon pricing picture, and I'm sure that we'll decide it is inevitable and take steps, make a plan, and figure out how we can save money and use this insight to our advantage. There's lots of opportunities that we can do also.
Thank you.
Thank
you for your testimony. I have one question. Representative Partial.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for taking my question. Do I understand correctly, maybe I have the wrong take on this, but do I understand correctly that if we enact carbon pricing, we'll be returning money to consumers? If we do not enact it, we'll be sending it offshore in the form of tariffs. Is that basically what we're talking about here?
Yeah. The money is going to go to other countries if we're not pricing it here. At some point, it's just going to be crazy for us to be paying all of our trading partners a carbon price so that we can allow carbon pollution to be free in our own economy. We can get that money to households. By pricing carbon, we make our businesses more competitive in the global marketplace. We have a carbon advantage right now. The EU CBAM is going to be good for the United States for the first couple of years. China has to pay 3 times as much of a carbon fee, and India will be paying 4 times as much of a carbon fee in the beginning. But China has a carbon price. They will be decarbonizing. And if we don't decarbonize, we have a competitive advantage right now. So if we put a price on carbon at the federal level, we'll keep that advantage, which will pay off the rest of the century.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Seeing no other questions, thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Gage. And seeing no other pink slips or speakers for this subject, I'm closing the public hearing on 372, and I'm asking Representative Ploget to report the blue sheet results and the online.
Thank you, Chair. On the previous bill, House Bill 558, the blue sheet was none in favor, 1 opposed. Online, it was 45 in favor, 1 opposed, 1 neutral. On House Bill 372, the blue sheet was 9 in favor, none opposed. Online was 171 in favor, none opposed, none neutral. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, moving right along. I will now open the public hearing on House Bill 509, and I believe Representative Harrington will be introducing the bill. And he has a pink card. Thank you.
Traffic jam here. All right, thank you, Chairman. I will make this rather brief, considering that we are in behind on schedule here. There's a series of these bills that would affect the renewable portfolios here standard, and what I'm going to ask is that we retain the bills so that they can be merged into a single bill. I simply didn't have the time to do this when I was trying to sign off LSRs, so I apologize for that. So I'm not going to get into a debate with anybody on this. I'm just saying that my position is I would like to see the bill, and there'll be a couple of others retained so that we can work up a singular bill and not waste everybody's time on multiple bills that basically address the same issue. And I will not take questions because there isn't any questions.
Thank you very much for your short testimony. I like it. Okay, well, I will call on a, let's see, do I have particular cards here? Mr. Jason Stock?
Good morning. For the record, my name is Jason Stock. I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association, and I will be very brief. Given the word that we just heard that the bill will be sought to retain, we would support that motion. We don't support this bill, and for all the reasons that I had expressed in my earlier testimony on House Bills 160, 165, 166 that you heard earlier about the RPS and its impacts on biomass markets and the forest products industry and folks growing timberland and trying to manage timberland. So I will happy to answer any questions, but for the sake of brevity, I will leave it at that. And Chairman, you have the
question from from Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So, I mean, this bill actually would phase out the RPS within 4 years. So, given your position with the timberland owners, what would you like to see in terms of the RPS?
We like the program. We like the current program. We do not want to see it phased out. We like the class structure. We like the way it currently operates.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for testimony. Calling next on Mr. Griffin Roberge. Welcome to this committee from DOE.
Thank you, members of the committee. Griffin Roberge, State Energy Program Manager at the Department of Energy. I was just out in the hallway and found out that the prime sponsor indicated that he'd like to retain the bill. The department is neutral on the bill as introduced, but we did have some observations. I could go into that, but if the committee would like to move on, I will just take my seat in the back.
Anybody have any objection to Mr. Roberge moving on? Okay, thank you. I believe I'll call on Ms. Teresa McDowell.
Good morning. Thank
Welcome.
you. Thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of Standard Power this morning and as a resident of New Hampshire. I am opposing this bill as I fear it will overall be holding New Hampshire back in the energy sector. The Renewable Portfolio Standard has allowed for different types of energy to become competitive with carbon-reliant energy sources, such as coal and natural gas, and the Renewable Portfolio Standard and Renewable Energy Fund have helped pave the way for this positive change in our energy mix. I feel as though we would be putting ourselves behind other states by not embracing a cleaner energy future here in New Hampshire. And as a longtime citizen, I want to see our state push the envelope on new and cleaner energy technologies and continue to annually increase the Renewable Portfolio Standard, which is why I oppose this bill. Thank you, and I'll accept any questions.
Well spoken. You said long-time resident. How long have you been?
21 years. Born in Mass, raised in New Hampshire.
Thank you for being one of the smart ones.
UNH grad, stuck here.
Any questions from anyone? No? Well, thank you for coming. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hope to see you back. Okay, next, I'm going to call on a Devin Atwell. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to speak. On behalf of Standard Power and as a young person concerned about the energy future of New Hampshire. I'm opposing this bill because the Renewable Portfolio Standard and the Renewable Energy Fund are valuable mechanisms for diversifying the state's energy portfolio and ensuring a resilient future for the grid. Providing funding for renewable energy development in New Hampshire allows for another stream of domestic energy at times when the supply chain for fossil fuels is compromised, and helps us prepare for a more energy dependent future in line with such trends as vehicle electrification. By investing in the expansion of renewables now, we won't have to play catch up later on, and we can be sure of a reliable power supply in the future. If anything, we should increase the RPS level to help build out a distributed generation in New Hampshire to keep up with electrification. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much for coming. Seeing no questions, thank you so much. I have the last speaker is Mr. Nick Krakoff.
Hey, good morning. My name is Nick Krakoff. I'm with the Conservation Law Foundation here in Concord. I've also submitted a written testimony as well as a recent study by Renew Northeast, which I encourage you to look at, that is being handed around right now. The RPS benefits New Hampshire's economy, provides public health and environmental benefits, and helps reduce energy rates by diversifying New Hampshire's energy generation. I want to talk mainly about the diversity benefits, the energy diversity benefits, and how eliminating the RPS would be a major step backwards. You know, right in the RPS itself, RSA 362 F1, it talks about how one of the purposes of the RPS is to provide energy diversity benefits, which has the potential to lower and stabilize future energy costs by reducing exposure to volatile fuel prices. And that's exactly what the RPS does. The high electric rates that New Hampshire is currently experiencing, that's largely the result of New Hampshire's overdependence on natural gas for power generation and for heating. Natural gas prices are very volatile. In contrast, the price of renewable energy is much more stable, and now it can cost even less than fossil fuel energy sources. So included in my testimony attached there is a study from a New Northeast, and I would draw your attention to pages or slides 8 through 10 and 12 through 13 there. Basically what those slides show in that attached study is that increased renewables, like offshore wind or even onshore wind, they provide a useful hedge against volatile fuel prices. So when those, when energy prices spike over the winter, like what we've seen this winter, by having that stable cost for wind or offshore wind, that can really provide a hedge against those volatile fuel prices. Also provides system reliability benefits, and then it also has a price suppressing effect. So, this is real evidence that increased renewables provide benefits for ratepayers and New Hampshire's families and businesses, and can it's not a cost on people. It's not going to increase costs. Basically by eliminating the RPS as this bill would do, it would make New Hampshire residents even more exposed to those volatile fuel prices. And then finally, as we're aware, the renewables benefit the environment and public health in New Hampshire. So, in some, there's numerous benefits from renewables. Eliminating the RPS would be a big step backwards, and I urge you to ITL this bill. I don't think retaining it is a useful endeavor. And thank you, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, and I'll call on Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question, Mr. Craigoff. Regarding wind, you say that the prices are stable, but I mean, wind varies in its intensity. And also, I just saw an article in Bloomberg about actual windmills offshore blowing over. So, I mean, can we really say that wind prices are going to be stable?
Well, unlike natural gas prices where, there's a market, it's a commodity, the price of that commodity is based on whatever the market is doing. Wind is an interminable resource. There's no cost for the marginal production of each extra unit of wind. In some instances, the marginal cost can be less than zero because you're not, there's no market price for wind. I'm unaware of the wind turbines blowing over. And there's a lot of wind production in the North Sea. And that's been very, very successful for the United Kingdom and Denmark and Norway and those countries diversifying their energy sources.
Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Craigoff, for being here again. I want to bring everyone's attention to page 11 of the handout that you distributed and ask you to elaborate a little bit more on what's going on there. This is the large state right next to us, Maine, PUC, showing that they're already going out for long-term contracts for renewable power. Can you just comment on what's
sure.
on this slide?
Basically, this kind of shows the net benefits of having power purchase agreements for renewables. That this is for onshore wind because there's no offshore wind in New England yet. But basically, this is tried to calculate all those benefits. Mainly the ratepayer benefits, the cost suppressing benefits from having those additional resources on the grid. And there's been pretty significant benefits to ratepayers already having those extra resources on the grid.
From existing onshore, land-based wind farms up in the northern part of Maine, correct?
Correct, yes.
Seeing no other questions, thank you so much for your testimony. Seeing no other speaker cards here, I'm going to close testimony on 509 and ask for the blue sheet and online reports.
Thank you, Chair. House Bill 509, the blue sheet was none in favor, 5 opposed. The online, 2 in favor, 109 opposed, 1 neutral. Thank you.
Thank you. With that said, I'm going to open up our final bill for this morning, which is HB 523. and call upon the sponsor, Representative Partial, to speak. Welcome.
Welcome, members of the committee. Thank you, President. I'll type my testimony brief. Reasons. The bill is about increasing our net metering limit from 1 to 5 megawatts. Lucius, Mike. Oh. Thank you. 1 megawatt limit is an arbitrary barrier. So is a 5 megawatt limit. Though for the installer of a nameplate system that does not exceed 4.99 nameplate, there are economics of scale that benefit not only the generator, but the entire grid. Grid decentralization allows load reduction. The less reliant we are on fossil fuel, and this is the surest way to break the monopoly of fossil fuel and allowing market forces to once again benefit our ratepayers. The more we can flatten our peak capacity demand, the more we can lower energy costs. That's one of our major drivers. And these alternate sources, while they do not work at night, as somebody may point out, they work during the day, and they do work as load reducers. Last year, the long-awaited Value of Distributed Energy Resource Report, the VGER report, concluded there is virtually no significant cost shifting in net metering. In fact, by reducing peak demand through distributed energy, we not only lower transmission costs, but also reduce the peak demand, and again, resulting in lower energy costs. And a little bit of history. In 2019, House Bill 365 passed the House with what should have been a veto-proof margin. After Sunundo's veto, the bill in the House failed to override the veto by 14 votes. We know, and voters know, that diversification is the key to driving our electric prices down. Raising the net metering limit should have been done years ago, and I'd assert that our failure to stimulate a diversified grid has contributed to our higher fuel costs. A 5 megawatt system is not only more cost efficient than a 1 megawatt system, but also a system that size is capable of powering something the effect of 1,350 homes. In summary, the benefits of distributed energy resource include lower cost energy, system level capacity, operating reserves, distribution level capacity, and net value to the electric grid, like avoiding infrastructure investments, improving resilience, and increasing integration of clean energy. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Harrington has a question.
Yeah, just thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Clarification, you mentioned the report that said there was no significant cost shifting from net metering. I believe that was based on net metering 1 megawatt and lower. And in fact, they didn't look at above 1 megawatt as your bill proposes because there is none of that allowed right now. So would it be correct to say that's only for below 1 megawatt there was no significant cost shifting?
I believe that would be, thank you for the question. I believe that would be correct, but I also think that we could extrapolate from that report. And also, one other thing that the report did not take into consideration was the current extravagant cost of our energy since the report was released.
Seeing no questions, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Oh. Well, next, I'm going to call on our illustrious orator and flamboyant consumer advocate, Mr. Donald Creese.
Flamboyant.
I think I should probably stand after that introduction. Good morning, honorable members of the committee, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm Donald Creese, the consumer advocate, here to testify in favor of House Bill 523 as introduced by Representative Partial. As he indicated in his testimony, the question of raising the limit on net metering from its current 1 megawatt up to 4.9999 megawatts is a familiar subject here at the Legislative Office Building and across the street at the State House. I would like to draw your attention to certain provisions of this bill that the sponsor didn't mention, which has to do with the language on page 2 of the bill, beginning on line 23. And what that language does is mandate that net metering be treated as a load reducer for purposes of how it is accounted for on the electric grid. And I think that is a valuable bit of legal clarification that will benefit the state regardless of what the net metering limit is, because when we treat net metering as a load reducer, it basically makes net metering invisible at the bulk power level and saves a lot of money on transmission costs as a result. And that is likely to make net metering a much more economical proposition from any standpoint, and therefore, from the perspective of the residential ratepayer class that I represent, a very good idea. I've never really talked very much about the possibility of increasing the net metering limit beyond 1 megawatt for the simple reason that, as far as I know, there aren't any residential customers in New Hampshire who are likely to put 3, 4, or 5 or 4.999 megawatts of net metering in their backyards. That really is an industrial scale net metering array, and you would have to have a very large backyard in order to go beyond. You'd have to have a large backyard even to get to 1 megawatt as a residential customer. So in that sense, it's never really been my issue. I will say that the law consigns to the Public Utilities Commission the responsibility for determining what the just and reasonable rate formula is for net metering. And I think because the VDER study has recently been completed, and because the consulting firm Dunsky that did that study is about to update it to account for the recent uptick in energy prices, I think that we can reasonably depend on the Public Utilities Commission to do a good job of determining what the right way is to compensate customers who choose to net meter. And so I think that's compatible with the idea of increasing the limit up to 4.99. There is a little bit of confusion that I'm having, and it might be because I'm just in a characteristic fog. But at the very end of the bill, there's language about grandfathering, and unless I'm mistaken, the language is backwards because it says that net metering arrays that first became operational on or after July 1st of 2019 are grandfathered, whereas net metering installations that became operational before July 1 of 2019 are not grandfathered. And I think that might be backwards unless I'm missing something. So that's something for you all to consider depending on how you treat the bill. But I think it is worthy of your favorable consideration. And I think that's about all I have to say about it. I would, of course, be happy to answer any questions that the chair would be willing to entertain.
Thank you. Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and always good to see you, Mr. Crease.
Sorry that wasn't very eloquent or entertaining. Flamboyant.
I'm sure you'll do better next time. So I'm thinking about these transmission costs. And when a net meter customer, let's say we have a net metering customer who's netting out to zero. So let's say they, over the period of time in a billing cycle, they produce 1 megawatt hour, but also consume 1 megawatt hour from the grid. During the time that they're producing, they're putting electricity onto the grid, onto the transmission lines as a producer. But during the time that they're consuming, they're actually taking power from the grid as a consumer. So should they be charged transmission charges for the time that they're consuming?
They are under the current net metering tariff, so in that sense, it's a non-issue. What I like about this bill is to the extent that that net metering customer is discharging electricity into the grid, there's the practice of load reconstitution, where basically you tell ISO New England that in fact that net metering didn't happen. That's eliminated, and I think that's good in terms of the way that we determine what our states and our utilities and individually our customers' reasonable share of transmission costs actually is.
I have a question. Do you know right now who or what is not able to take advantage of net metering under the current law? Does that include what's soon to be the community grouping system that's out there? I forget the exact name of it.
You're talking about community power
Community power aggregation, something like that, or are we talking industry, or are we talking general household residential?
Well, as I said, I don't think there are any residential customers who are net metering at the scale of 3, 4, or 5 megawatts. So I think what you're really looking at here is a provision that would benefit, frankly, commercial and industrial customers who might be interested in installing a bunch of photovoltaic panels on the roof of their factory, for example, or their big box retail store, or their commercial property.
So if I may have a follow-up. So we were once told a few years ago that 1 megawatt basically would power a super Walmart's type store. I don't know if that's still current today, but so in terms of that, how many businesses do you think we could attract if it was increased to, say, 2 megawatts?
I really don't know. I apologize, but generally, I try not to pay too much attention to the fate of commercial and industrial customers, not because I don't care about them, because obviously we want to have a viable commercial sector in the economy, but because I have so much work to do just keeping track of what happens to the residential class.
I knew the flamboyancy would come out there sooner or later. So thank you. Representative Reynolds, Representative Winnie Thomas, you're new here this morning, so I'll call on you first.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you for, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here, Mr. Crease. I'm going to ask for a mini historical lesson. If you could tell me how the value of 1 megawatt was originally decided upon, and was it considered a safe number that is no longer applicable to today's requirements?
That's a really excellent question, and I'm not necessarily the best qualified person to answer it. I will say this, since you asked for a historical lesson. Net metering was invented by accident back in, I believe it was the 1970s, by a guy who decided it was better to ask for forgiveness than permission down in Massachusetts. So he wanted to see whether if he wired up a bunch of solar panels to his electric meter at a big apartment building that he was helping to develop, whether it would run the meter backwards. He had no idea. And it turns out that it did. And initially it amused Boston Edison, the local utility, because he was the only person who tried it. And it was just kind of interesting from an engineering perspective. The utility started to get really interested in this when it started to significantly affect their load and when lots and lots of people started net metering. And so what you've had over time is public policy that's been developed, I don't want to say by accident, but iteratively. And I think that 1 megawatt limit came in during my exile period. I hesitate to admit this, but there was an 8-year period where I was exiled to a neighboring state whose name I won't mention. And at that time, I think that, there was this arbitrary limit, the distinction made between net metering of, the distinction is between 100 megawatts and 1 megawatt, and then there was this artificial constraint put on 1 megawatt, just as a way of making sure that net metering didn't grow in an unconstrained fashion, because just like that first fella wasn't sure what would happen if he tried it, we've been hesitant about what will happen to our grid if we let net metering go hog wild being defined as between 1 and 4.99 megawatts.
Representative Reynolds?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask you if you would let me not ask a question of Mr. Crease, but offer sort of a response to your question, which is the type of building. There's for example, a large U.S. Foods warehouse down in Seabrook.
I'll allow it shortly. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you.
I mean, a short explanation. Go
Yes.
ahead.
There's a large U.S. Foods warehouse down in Seabrook, whose roof is such a large warehouse that it would accommodate 5 megawatts of solar. And there are similar buildings in the state, things like FW Web distribution warehouses. One can imagine, Amazon warehouses, if they're being built, that could easily accommodate the scale of generation that that's contemplated by this bill. So sort of more distributed generation, at various points in the grid.
Right. Not to get into a discussion, I'd be surprised to see any building rooftop that could accommodate 5 megawatts. But we could probably talk about that offline.
Wow. Sure.
But,
Nope.
okay. Seeing no other questions. Thank you, Mr. Crease.
Thank you.
Always
I'll try to be
pleasure
more
to hear you.
entertaining next time.
All right. I'm sure. Next, I'll call on Mr. Griffin Roberge from DOE, Department of Energy.
Thank you, Chairman Thomas. Members of the committee, Griffin Roberge, again, State Energy Program Manager at the Department of Energy. The Department of Energy is respectfully opposed to House Bill 523. As introduced, the bill alters the definition of customer generator in statute. Currently, statute defines a customer generator as one with a total peak generating capacity of up to and including 1 megawatt. This bill would allow a customer generator to be one with a nameplate or maximum rated capacity of anywhere less than 5 megawatts. The bill largely is a reintroduction of past legislation that's been considered in the past. I know the prime sponsor indicated House Bill 365 from 2019. I think there was also Senate Bill 446 from 2018. DOE respectfully believes the bill's proposed changes are a sizable change to the state's net metering statute. We would respectfully contend that it would be more appropriate for the PUC to fully adjudicate its docket, DE 22-060, which is currently underway as the PUC considers amendments to the state's net metering tariffs that are applicable to customer generators. We would respectfully submit letting that process play out before making sizable changes to the state's net metering statute. With that really concludes my testimony. I'm happy to take any questions that folks might have.
Representative Munns.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We heard testimony this morning about microgrids. Would increasing the capacity to 5 megawatts help in the development of microgrids?
Thank you for the question. I don't know the answer. I would say potentially yes, but again, as I mentioned in my previous answer, is that there aren't any real active microgrids operating in the state, so I can't look at anything as kind of like a case example. I could dig into that a little bit further, but I think the answer I'm leaning toward is yes on that one.
Representative Winnie Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You say the DOE is opposed to this bill because it redefines the term customer generator. Isn't that one of the points of this bill?
Yes, I thank you for the question. So I think in that statement, I was just defining broadly what the bill intended to do. Again, our
Oh, I'm
our
sorry.
concern, at least with the bill, is that there's just an active docket underway that will be fully adjudicated with a number of stakeholders. I think the department feels that letting that process play out before making changes to the state's net metering statute would be a good approach to take for policymakers to consider.
Thank you.
Representative Nunn, Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I thought of another question after you answered my first one. Except for the concerns that you expressed about, you know, the fact that this does change, you know, how we handle net metering and, you know, wanting to see the PUC process play out. Are there any concerns at all that the department has, you know, regarding the capacity of the grid to handle this? I mean, we hear a lot about how, you know, there's concern about expanding net metering because of the potential impact on the grid. I mean, do you folks share that concern?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So the Department of Energy is an active participant in the PUC's docket. Again, DE 22-060. We feel that that process will allow for a deeper vetting of that question rather than just an independent party reaching it itself. Again, with a collaborative group of stakeholders who can kind of arrive at that decision that's done through a full adjudication. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Mr. Oberge. I'll call on the last speaker, Mr. Paul Button. Representing himself. Welcome, Mr. Button.
I would have seen that eventually, I guess. My name is Paul Button. I'm an independent monitor certified by the New Hampshire PUC since 2012 under PUC Rule 2505.09. I've been a licensed electrician in New Hampshire and Massachusetts for close to 40 years, and my small business is in good standing with the New Hampshire Secretary of State. I have a client database of about 2,000 solar PV arrays, and that makes my business kind of a nexus for folks taking advantage of the relevant portions of the RPS. So I support New Hampshire 523 that seeks to amend RSA 362 from its current outmoded wording to instead state that the nameplate or maximum rated capacity of 5 megawatts, less than 5 megawatts. My contention is that leaving arrays larger than 1 megawatt out as ineligible will significantly decrease their overall contribution to the sustainability and the health of the ISO New England electric grid. So we're not just talking about the state, we're talking about a regional effect. In my opinion, this is an obvious attempt by the regional grid operators to maintain their business strategy of complete control of the supply of available power and leaves the ordinary citizen of New Hampshire very little control over the default costs of obtaining sufficient power. And then these costs are passed on to the citizens of New Hampshire at the latest PUC approved rate increase of close to 122%. I would submit to any lawyers within earshot that this is legalized larceny. So I would ask our honorable state representatives to dedicate themselves to the work of the people who elected them and not be swayed by the arguments from the army of lawyers and lobbyists that have been deployed by the regional grid operators. And thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. We have a question from, between the two, I'll start with Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming here today. Just putting a face on the occupation of the independent monitor who certifies the RECs, production of RECs going into the grid. Can you just comment? I was astounded when you said your client list exceeds 2,000. Are there, without, you can name names if you want, but can you characterize characterize your client base? Are there public entities on there?
Yes.
School systems?
Yes.
County governments?
Yes.
Municipalities?
Yes.
Any more?
Those are good follow-up questions.
Yes, thank you.
I think we'll.
No, that's okay. Do you want me to give you a kind of an overview? Or
Yes,
okay,
please.
capsule. I do have several municipalities: Sandwich, town of Sandwich, town of Wolfboro. I also have some corporate clients. One is a fairly large company down in Nashua. They have respectively 200 kilowatt array and a 400 kilowatt array. And I suggested to them that they maybe don't need my services since they're so big, that they could do something called auto reporting, which would be a simple module add-on to their software that would simply report to the national database. That's the function that I do. And they said, no, we want you to do it. And I said, okay. Comcast is also a client. They have a 400 kilowatt array on their parking garage. Pine Island Pond, I think it is. Pine Island. So yeah, I mean, and then I also have, one of my first clients was actually Unitil, the Exeter High School, and that is a 100 kilowatt array, and size-wise, it's a soccer field, just a little bit bigger than a football field. So size-wise, if you want to get what a 1 megawatt array would be, you could effectively multiply that football field, a soccer field, by 10. So, you know, the idea of having a lot of land in the backyard, well, yeah, it would take a lot of land to put something up like that.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Well, Representative Harrington, you're next.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a little bit more about where you're coming from on this, your background. It sounds, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds as if your business would increase and your profits increase if this bill was passed.
Yeah, this is true. I'm not here to promote my business.
That's
I'm
all I
here
need.
to
Thank you.
promote the well-being and physical stability of the citizens of New Hampshire. Period.
Okay, Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in and giving us your perspective. Of your within your existing client base, are there clients that have expressed to you a desire to want to expand beyond 1 megawatt?
Sure. Oh, sure. Now, you have to understand, the majority of my clients are residentials, okay, so ordinary folks. And the average size of the array is about 10 kilowatts. So that's fairly big as far as a residential install. But again, it runs through the range. So people might start off small, and I caution people that anything less than 5 kilowatts is really it's worth it. The problem is that arrays less than 5 kilowatts will produce renewable energy certificates very slowly. So they're not going to see that return on investment immediately. So I just try to make sure that I set their expectations up front. So, yeah, and they do. When they see that they can make a few dollars, it's not a lot of money, thanks to the efforts of the utilities. They've nibbled away at the value of the RECs over the years. When I started the business, the RECs were worth about $55 a piece. Now they're going for about 30, and they were down as low as $5 a piece.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry.
All right. I think we've asked enough questions of this gentleman. I think it's time to move on. Thank you so much. So very enlightening on what you do.
Very good.
I'm going to call our last speaker of the morning, Mr. Nicholas Lyden or Linden. Lyden? Ah.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this morning. With IBEW Local 490, we're the inside wireman local for New Hampshire. I wanted to speak specifically to this bill on not just the environmental impact of increasing generation, but the jobs impact. We do have Associated Grocers over in Pembroke. We did an array on their facility. We could only do 1 megawatt. It basically is a giant refrigerator. They use a ton of power over there. We could have gone bigger, but they wouldn't have gotten any net metering out of it, so it didn't make any sense. So I'd say about a quarter of their roof was filled, and the rest is vacant. They're not the only one. Another one of our customers, Anheuser-Busch out of Merrimack, has for years talked about wanting to put a solar array down there to offset their operating costs. They just can't build one big enough to offset enough to make it worthwhile for them. We've done a lot of schools. We did the Dover School, which at the time was the largest rooftop in the state. They could have gone a little bit bigger, but it was about as big as we could go on their roof. You've got other businesses like Lonza Pharmaceuticals down in Portsmouth that have talked about doing a large solar array. These are, yes, they're not your homeowners, but there are a good number of industrial scale and commercial scale facilities out there that are interested in putting large systems on there. And speaking of Anheuser-Busch, they've had cutbacks on their budgets for this year. So there are people over there that are working that aren't getting a full 40 hours. It's an assumption, but if they had an array that was lowering their operating costs, they might not have to cut back on those workers as much. So they'd be saving in other parts of their budgets. Usually the going trend is to give corporations tax breaks to help them grow and to help them succeed. This is essentially giving them a break that is not in the form of a tax break, but it is going to lower their operating costs and allow some of these businesses the opportunity to expand in the future with the savings that they would get from these systems. Take any questions?
Representative Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Just so we're clear, there's nothing that prevents anybody from building something larger than 1 megawatt. They just can't do it with net metering. For instance, I think Fidelity put in one that was, I believe it was over 10 megawatts. They had, 12 acres of solar panels, which I guess turns out to be about 3 or 4 megawatts somewhere in that vicinity. So it certainly can be done. You just don't be able to sell the electricity back through net metering. But there's nothing that prevents an industry from putting up 50 megawatts if they wanted to. Is that correct?
I believe that there are actually restrictions on the total size of array in the state. I don't believe we build arrays that are over 5 megawatts right now. At least I haven't seen one that's gone through commercially.
If they were over 5 megawatts, they'd have to be metered through ISO New England as a generator, but they could still be built.
Correct.
Representative McWilliams.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for your testimony today. I think this is really helpful for us to understand the face of the folks who are facing some challenges here. I want to understand a little bit more about what it would look like for a facility that currently has 1 megawatt and would like to expand to say 3 megawatts and can't because they're capped at 1 megawatt right now, although this enabling bill would allow 4.99. Is there anything that's that would need to be accounted for to do a second project, or was the first megawatt the only bite at the apple that's really allowed, just in terms of expansion, so I can understand how the market works?
I mean, in terms of, in terms of expanding, these buildings are already designed with their services to consume enough power to power themselves. So if they are offsetting their costs directly, then they already have the infrastructure there. You just have to add more of an array, more inverters, but the infrastructure is already there for them to kick that amount of power back onto the grid. So for a lot of these companies, it was just a matter of they wouldn't be offset the net metering to go bigger than the 1 megawatt that they did.
Follow up?
Follow up.
So for some of these really large facilities, they're not currently creating their max for the amount that they need. Therefore, they're still paying the usual electric charge rather than net metering because they just can't get where they need to get to potentially completely cover the load. And it sounds like that's really the challenge here, is that we have large corporations that are struggling and are dealing with, 100% increase on their electric bills. And maybe that means layoffs, right? In the case of, you said, Anheuser-Busch. So this could be seen as a potential business enabling bill to allow them to do what they need to do to cover those electric costs. Have you seen any facilities that are doing this on parking lots? I know we talked about the size of a backyard. You need something like 25 acres for 5 megawatts.
Could we shorten it to a question, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So can you just explain if you have some folks in your stable who would be able to expand beyond rooftop to parking lot or other alternatives that they've looked at? Because I think we're really limiting ourselves when we say it's a yard.
Correct, yes. Anheuser-Busch would not be a rooftop facility. They would have to build an array on the property off of their rooftop. There are some other large manufacturing. I mean, Associated Grocers is just an enormous building, so they'd be able to satisfy their needs on their roof, but there are other corporations out there that have land adjacent to their area where they could build a ground mount array to offset their costs also.
Thank you.
If there's different questions, I'll take one more. I think we've established the fact that there are a lot of entities out there that would like to take advantage of net metering if they could be allowed to build a larger array and sell more electricity back to the power companies, which in turn have to accept that as part of their cost of doing business. But is there a different type of question? Representative Summers. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe this is different. So if I'm wrong, please forgive me. If I understand correctly, and I just want to ask you a question on this, with the corporation, as you mentioned, Anheuser-Busch, went up to 4 megawatts. If this bill did not pass and the limit for net metering was still 1 megawatt, with 4 megawatts, would they not still be able to save money on their electric bill with the 4 megawatts they generate?
So you're saying under current terms with the 1 megawatt, would they still?
If they were I'm sorry, I don't know if that's follow up or not. Clarification.
Well, no, go ahead. He asked for clarification. Go ahead.
If they build 4 megawatts of solar panels and they're utilizing it for their business, would that not lower their electrical costs, generating 4 megawatts of power for their business, even if this bill stayed you only can net meter 1 megawatt?
They would still be able to build an array of that size. As far as my knowledge on what you get more for as a power generator or as net zero, that I'm not as familiar as some other people with, but I know from the conversations that we have had with them, they would prefer to go the route of net zero.
If I may, for clarification, the way I understood it, let's say the company, let's say their business only uses 1 megawatt and they don't intend to expand. So let's say they're already supplying all their power with 1 megawatt, but if they build a 4 megawatt array, they don't need an extra megawatt to run their business, but they would be able to sell it back to the electric company if we were to pass this bill. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to sell it back, correct?
Yeah, as far as excess for net zero, that I'm not as familiar with. I know the issue that we've run into with them is that they need more than 1 megawatt in order to offset their total operating costs. I don't know rates as far as if you exceed what you can produce, what you'll get back. That part of it I'm not as familiar with.
Okay, I'll talk offline. Thank you. It's operating costs versus their electricity costs could be two different things, but I can talk to you offline. Seeing no other questions, thank you so much. And having no other bills, no other speakers, I'm closing HB 523, and we'll ask for the blue sheet report from Representative Ploger.
Thank you, Chair. House Bill 523, the blue sheet was 5 in support, none opposed. Online, there was 65 in support, 2 opposed, no neutral. Thank you.
Thank you. So 11:30, not bad for the bills we had this morning. I appreciate the cooperation. This is good. We will break for lunch, and we will come back at 1 o'clock for an announcement and for some discussion. And so you'll have to wait till then to know what I mean. Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch.
Good afternoon, everybody. Want to resume this meeting? So we're here this afternoon for an executive session at 1 o'clock. But before we begin that, we have a couple of announcements. I'd like to call on Representative McWilliams for an announcement.
Thank you so much, Chair Vose. I'd like to give an update to the committee regarding Ranking Member Kat McGee. As you all may know, she's been out for health reasons, and she had a very successful surgery, and she's officially cancer clear. Lymph nodes are negative. So she's in a really great spot right now for recovery, and we're looking forward to seeing her, hopefully, fingers crossed, in 4 weeks or so if everything goes well with her health. So this is really exciting that she's cancer-free right now. I just wanted to share that with everyone.
That is wonderful news. Thank you, Representative McWilliams. Representative Doug Thomas also has an announcement.
Hi, a couple things. One, I just want to remind everyone we'll be having a subcommittee meeting on Wednesday for the HB 81 on the propane bill. The folks are going to have a couple of reps here from AmeriGas, which will talk about their situation and also some corrective action that they are proposing. There'll also be members from at least 3 other propane companies here as well to answer questions about charges and things like that. So everybody is welcome to come in addition to the subcommittee members. That's that one. The second one is just want to have a either a show of hands or a nod of support, whatever. We have an opportunity coming up here in a couple of weeks for when we have the week off. And although I won't be here after March 2nd, there's an opportunity for maybe a Monday or a Tuesday if anyone would like to have some additional education presentation. One of the suggestions that was made to me was maybe having a presentation here on more of the details on net metering, or maybe a presentation on the report that was sent out on net metering and the costs involved of it, maybe a little more depth of information. We might be able to offer that, or we could offer whatever else someone else might choose that they may want to. So the first question would be if anyone would like to be here on that week that we have no committee meeting. If there's interest in that, then we can proceed. You can we can have a preliminary show of hands now if anybody would want to be here on that Monday or Tuesday. I know I could be. Seems like there'll be enough people that we could present something. So we'll ask about that first, or some other subject that might be better, and then be thinking about the springtime when we may. This is when we traditionally make some trips. In the past, we've been to the Moore Dam up beyond Littleton to look at the hydro power. We haven't been to the natural gas plant in Londonderry in well over 4 years. That might be an option. Seabrook is always an option. They give a great tour there. There are several solar arrays that we could visit. You can look at Glass, I guess, and see how they set up their system there, or something else that might be good that affects our committee. So be thinking about that as well, because we need a plan for that. Any questions? Okay. That's it.
All right, thank you. One quick last announcement. We have a card here. We're going to pass it around. We'd like you all to sign it. We're going to send it to John Lewicki to wish him continued success in his recovery. We now have an address where you can send cards. I sent that out over the weekend to all members. And if you'd like to send your own personal card, feel free to do so. But we will send a card from the committee. So with that, now we can begin the business of executive session. So I'm going to open an executive session on House Bill 175 and call on Representative Thomas for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I motion to retain HB 175.
Representative Bernardi is recognized.
I second that motion.
It's been moved and seconded that we retain House Bill 175. Is there any discussion? Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just curious, what do we hope to accomplish by retaining it?
Typically, when you retain a bill, you hold on to it over the summer, and then in the fall, you discuss it again to see if there's anything that can be done relative to the subject of the bill. And so that would be the purpose of retain.
Follow up?
Follow up?
Yeah, so, I mean, that I understand. The question is for this specific bill. I mean, we were told that the greenhouse gas target has already been met. So I don't understand what could be further gained by retaining the bill.
I'm not sure either, but that's always what the investigations in the fall seek to reveal, if there is anything additional to be gained. Representative McWilliams.
Thank you, Chair Bose. To follow up on Representative Corman's comment, I think there is an opportunity, if we retain this bill, to strengthen the goals, perhaps to increase our target numbers for state departments to reduce fossil fuels, and also potentially to add fleet vehicles as part of the greenhouse gas goals targets. So I think there's something here. I think we could probably work on it if we chose to do so as a committee. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion to retain House Bill 175? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of retain for House Bill 175.
Doug Thomas.
Yes.
Janine Nodder.
Yes.
Michael Harrington. Right here. Okay. Tony Murner. Carol Brown.
Yes.
Lex Brezhny.
Yes.
JD Bernardi, yes. Tom Ploget.
Yes.
James Summers.
Yes.
Rebecca McWilliams.
Yes.
Joan Hamblett.
Yes.
Carrie Spire.
Yes.
Lucius Partial.
Yes.
Tony Kaplan.
Yes.
Chris Munns.
Yes.
Henry Noel.
Yes.
Wendy Thomas.
Yes.
Thomas Corman.
Yes.
Ned Reynolds.
Yes.
Chairman Vose.
Yes.
So 18-0.
By a vote of 18-0, House Bill 175 is retained by the committee. So I'll close the exec session on House Bill 175 and remind the committee that we will not be discussing this bill again until the fall. And with that, I'll now open an exec session on House Bill 176 relative to the rules of the Site Evaluation Committee and recognize Representative Thomas for a motion.
Yeah. Oh, I was working yours for a while, so I make motion for HB 176 to retain.
Representative Bernardi.
I second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded that we retain House Bill 176. Is there any discussion? Representative McWilliams.
Just to refresh the record, this one is in regards to the rules for the Site Evaluation Committee. I do think that we have some opportunities to make this a stronger bill as well. I also think that we could have some interesting testimony if we chose to from GELCAR to understand exactly how the current legislation and rules work and see if there are redundancies or potential conflicts. So I think there's some work to be done here, and I think it would be good to retain it this summer.
Further discussion? I would echo Representative McWilliams' comments that there is further work to be done here. We'll be hearing in another week or so, can't remember the exact date, a major bill to reorganize the Site Evaluation Committee. And it might be better to hear that bill before proceeding further with this bill, which would be another reason to retain it. So that would be, I think, a worthy recommendation for this committee. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of retain for House Bill 176.
Doug Thomas.
Yes.
Janine Nodder.
Yes.
Carol Brown.
Yes.
Lex Brezhny.
Yes.
JD Bernardi, yes. Tom Ploget,
Yes.
James Summers,
Yes.
Rebecca McWilliams,
Yes.
Joan Hamblett,
Yes.
Carrie Spear,
Yes.
Lucius Partial,
Yes.
Tony Kaplan,
Yes.
Chris Munns,
Yes.
Henry Noel,
Yes.
Wendy Thomas,
Yes.
Thomas Corman,
Yes.
Ned Reynolds,
Yes.
Chairman Bose,
Yes.
18-0.
By a vote of 18 to nothing, House Bill 176 is retained in committee and will not be dealt with again until this fall, after September. And with that, we'll close the public hearing on House Bill 176. Session, rather. I always get those two mixed up in my mind. Okay, so now we'll open an exec session on House Bill 208 FN, which establishes greenhouse gas emission reduction goals for the state and establishes a climate action plan. And at the call of the chair, we're going to recess this exec session until Thursday, February 16th at 1 p.m. And now I'll open an exec session on House Bill 298 relative to placement of personal wireless service facilities. And at the call of the chair, I'm going to recess this executive session until Thursday, February 16th at 1 p.m. And sadly, that concludes the work of the committee until 2:30 this afternoon. So if you haven't had lunch yet, now's your chance to go grab a bite to eat. Otherwise, we'll see you back here at 2:30. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Time for us to get back to work. So I'm going to call to order a public hearing on House Bill 524-FN relative to Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative funds. This bill is sponsored by Kat McGee, the ranking member, who is out, as we all know, on medical leave. And so standing in for Representative McGee this afternoon will be Representative Chris Munns to introduce the bill. Chris, it's all yours.
Thank you, members of the committee. Happy St. Valentine's Eve. If, like me, you've forgotten to buy a card, don't make sure to stop off at the drugstore on your way home. For the record, my name is Chris Munns. I am one of Hampton's 4 state representatives serving in Rockingham County District 29. Our colleague, Representative Kat McGee, asked that I introduce HB 524 and read the following testimony from her. Chairman Voss and esteemed colleagues at the House, Senate, Technology and Energy Committee, I'm sorry that I am unable to be with you today, but I'm pleased to present HB 524 for your consideration. As long as I have been on ST&E, there has been division around the proper use of RGGI funding in the state of New Hampshire. I believe we are missing an opportunity to lower our overall demand and prevent the sunk costs that come from large-scale dirty fuel infrastructure when we fritter away the value our state derives from being part of the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative. In recent hearings, I asked DES to confirm what I had read about other participating states using, on average, 80% of their RGGI auction proceeds for investments into lowering their imported fuel dependence. We have continued to debate whether all the money should be distributed as a bill credit, when in fact the economies of scale that are intended by RGGI are the biggest savings we could supply to all ratepayers. We currently invest less than 1/10 of what our regional RGGI partners invest. I was surprised to learn that before the quarterly auction proceeds were changed in statute to provide all but $1 to bill credits, the legislature had agreed to invest the first $6 of the proceeds. So in the instance of a $13 auction credit, $6 would go to bring overall demand down, thereby truly lowering energy costs for everyone and allowing the state to manage programs with sufficient funding to gain real savings. And the remaining $7 would continue to be reimbursed as consumer bill rebates. But knowing how our committee feels about this funding, I am proposing that we only reinstate half of that $6 in a compromise that says we can do a lot of good and declare it a victory by passing a bill that requires the first $3 go into the DOE energy efficiency accounts to allow us to advance in meaningful ways. HB 524 says that we can do several good things without sacrificing the concept of direct help to electric bills. We can triple the DOE funding to energy efficiency and renewable and sustainable energy projects by contributing the first $3 of the current $13 RGGI allowance, leaving $10 per allowance to continue to help with consumer bills. Because of the rate of growth of the auction allowances, we are still contributing a significant amount of money to all consumer electric bills. However, when we originally agreed to $1 per allowance to help lower demand, that was 50% of the allowance. Our current investment is 7.7%, $1 out of 13, and 92.3% of the funding disappears onto bills. This is wasteful. HB 524 asks that we increase our investment to $3 per auction share and settle on an investment ratio of 23%. Returning 77% by putting $10 per auction share into the pockets of ratepayers. It's a way to gain the true value of the program without sacrificing the help to bill payers in this tough time. If auction prices continue to increase, then the amount of help to offset efforts also increases. Consumers lose nothing, but the state gains the ability to do more to help lower costs. Without some investment in changing the energy picture in New Hampshire, we will be doomed to repeat last fall's rate hikes. It is time we made this program work for the people of New Hampshire, so we have something to show for our years of participation. I ask for your support of this conservative bill to gain a win for the people of New Hampshire. Thanks for your time. That concludes the testimony that Representative McGee asked that I share with you. I am happy to try to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Representative Munns.
Mr. Chairman, before we proceed, I got a note from Representative McGee, actually. It says that the live stream of our committee is not working, it's not on. Seriously.
I checked there.
Go on? Okay, great.
Okay, Christy, our committee researcher, assures us that the live stream is working. So if you hear differently from Representative McGee, let us know. Might be something on her end rather than on our end. So back to where we were. Representative Munns, thank you for introducing the bill. You told me earlier not to ask questions. Are you sure you still want to take questions?
I stand by my comment that I will try to answer questions.
Okay, questions for Representative Munns? Seeing none, looks like you're off the hook.
You are the best committee.
We take care of our own. Right.
Thank you.
There are others.
All right. Let's bring forward now Josh Elliott from the Department of Energy to give us his perspective on House Bill 524.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Josh Elliott, Director of the Division of Policy and Programs, the New Hampshire Department of Energy. The department is neutral on this bill. I think Representative Munns, through Representative McGee's testimony, sort of laid out exactly what the intended impact of this bill is and the sort of intended goals. The only thing the department would add, just to refer you to the fiscal note, which was done jointly by DES and DOE, and I mean by jointly I mean DES did much of the heavy lifting on this one for our review. The cumulative rate impact, just purely the rate impact, would be about $6.4 million. Obviously, that would be then offset by any of the benefits that would be accrued to the folks who would receive energy efficiency projects done that are funded through these funds. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions the committee has.
Thank you very much. Questions for Mr. Elliott? Representative Nate Reynolds has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Elliott, with the relatively low amount of funding that currently goes into the Energy Efficiency Fund, the way things are now, it's just $1 from each allowance auction. Can you shed any light on the stability of funding and how often folks who contact the New Hampshire Saves program to seeking funding for energy efficiency measures in their home or business, how often are they told, you know, we're out of funds? Wait, you know, we'll take your application, but we got to wait for the fund to be refilled.
Thank you very much for the question. Thank you very much for the question. As you know, with House Bill 549 from last session, with the PUC order prior to that, there was certainly a lot of instability in the New Hampshire Saves programs just generally. I believe a lot of the sort of uncertainty has been worked out of the system from that. I think they've been dealing with the backlogs. They've gotten their programs set up. A lot of that has sort of worked its way through. There are a couple of other different buckets of funding that folks who are looking to get assistance will go to, whether it's directly from the systems benefits charged through the HEA funds, which is the low-income funds. The department also runs the Weatherization Assistance Program. We also have additional funding from the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law for additional funds. So just to give you a sense of sort of the larger funding picture out there. In terms of the waitlist by specific utility territory, if they exist and how long they take to get off a waitlist, if one does exist, I think would be better directed to the utilities rather than us. So sorry, that's a long story, non-answer.
Further questions for the department? Seeing none, I want to thank you for being here to give us your perspective on this bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
And we'll now call forward Mr. Joe Fontaine from the Department of Energy to give us his perspective. Welcome, Mr. Fontaine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Joe Fontaine. I represent Environmental Services, DES. DES takes no position on the bill, but I did circulate just prior to the hearing a chart that I think is handy. First page goes over allocation of the revenue under current law. And if you assume that 43 million goes into the fund, as was the case last year, and 3.21 million allowances are allocated, then that's what goes to 3.21 million would go to the energy efficiency programs. So that, and the remainder of 39 plus million would go to ratepayer rebates. That's under current law. Under the bill, as was mentioned verbally by Representative Munns, 3 times the current amount would go to energy efficiency programs, or 9.63 million, which matches the amount that's in the fiscal note that's attached to the bill. And the amount of rebates would be reduced to 33 million. When I handed this out, I got the comments that you've seen this before. You did see this, a similar chart for House Bill 418. And under that bill, if you remember, that did away with the rebates, and all of the revenue went to energy efficiency. So this bill increases the amount to energy efficiency and lowers the amount of rebates as compared to current law, but it is not as ambitious as House Bill 418. That's all I had. Take questions.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony. Did you participate in the creation of the table that's on the back page of the fiscal note?
Yes, we completed a fiscal note worksheet jointly with Department of Energy, as Josh said, and as you know, Legislative Budget Assistant actually does the write-up of the fiscal note, but it's basically, yes, that's what we sent to them.
So in your judgment, is this table correct?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
Oh, okay, great.
Did
Thank
you
you.
find a
It's
discrepancy?
accurate.
From what was in
It's
the chart?
accurate. Okay, thank you. Further questions for Mr. Fontaine? Tony Kaplan, Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Fontaine, for coming today. Do you have any idea of the impact of an increase in energy efficiency funds on air quality? Does your department make any estimation of that?
RGGI is a carbon dioxide reduction program. It addresses climate change. Secondary benefits are that if you reduce carbon dioxide, you also reduce co-pollutants that would have an impact on health. There have been reports in the past as to how much benefit there has been. Independent report on RGGI from, the name escapes me now, of the organization that did it. But quite large estimates of impact on health.
Follow up?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there any way you could provide that to the
Sure,
committee at
yeah.
some point? That'd be great. Thank you.
Additional questions? Representative Reynolds has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm along the same lines. The regional grid operator showed us a graph that showed that both behind the meter solar and energy efficiency had significantly depressed total regional demand, and therefore has had a beneficial financial effect on lowering prices on the grid and saving consumers money. So I don't know, I don't want to ask you to do the economic analysis on that, but would increased investment in energy efficiency, as this bill contemplates, be expected to produce savings for all customers in New Hampshire through reduction of regional demand?
Yeah, in past sessions, we've testified regarding the transmission cost associated with the bill, with the electricity bill, not the House bill. So transmission costs, each state in New England shares in those costs proportional to their load. And so if the other states are reducing load because they're investing in energy efficiency and their load is going down, as shown on that chart. And actually, if you look at individual state charts for that and compare, New Hampshire's, I'm not sure of the most recent, but in the past it's been almost flat rather than that difference. So because we don't invest as much in energy efficiency. So further investment in transmission costs for the region, if our proportion goes up slightly and the rest of the states go down, then we would pay more, yes.
Further questions? Seeing none, I want to thank you, Mr. Fontaine, for giving us your perspective and for giving us an updated chart on the Reggie revenue allocation. I have no other pink cards for this public hearing. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Would the Honorable John Mann like to come up and address the committee? Good to see you, John. Thanks for making the trek over here today. Microphone on.
It's worth it. Thank you very much for being willing to listen. I think I want to pass out a homemade flyer just to have something to refer to. And, okay, thank you. And go this way. I'll start with that chart. I was just deciding that I would look into this issue of the value of energy efficiency in returning wealth to the community. In other words, on a family basis, of course, if you have a more energy efficient house, it's not your heating bills and your electric bills, which are part of that, will go down. So I happen to have too much experience with a very nice house. It was 37 below the other day and at 7 a.m. on Sunday, and it was 67 in the house. That's a 104-degree difference. It's the insulation in the house that made that difference. We heat with a heat pump, which is kind of slow, and it was kind of oozing a little wisp of heat in the floor. So that's overnight heat. So insulation makes a difference. Our town library, we had a woman named Margaret Dillon, who is an expert auditor. She has infrared equipment, and she would put a blower door and suck air out of the library on a particular door, and you can go around and see where all the cold air is coming in there with an infrared camera combined with a typical two-picture camera. You know exactly where the air is coming in. You don't know what to do. And we cut the cost by about 58%. And we did that with some pretty radical work. But even before that, just by sealing 2 hatches, where air could go from the main floor up to the first attic and up to the upper attic, which was fully open to the outside, we cut the heat by 20%. And just that work alone got, the town voted $30,000 to complete the rest of the project. So that's pretty effective. What I've passed out is my study work. I just decided to look into the issue of return on investment. If you insulate a bunch of houses one after another, or a bunch of buildings, or you do an increased amount of energy efficiency, what happens is the results of that work are permanent. It's not like lighting a furnace and burning oil. You're just making an absolutely permanent change to the building and reducing its rate of need for energy. And every time, so from then on, for the remainder of the duration of that building, it is saving that much money and that much fuel every year. Then you do your second year's work in an energy efficiency program statewide, and there's another stream of savings, and then another and another. And if you graph that, what you get is a parabolic increase or an accelerating increase in the amount of money saved for a linear amount of investment. That means there's a break-even point. And that explains, finally, why some of these other states have been so successful. Poor Boston, they have Harvard Business School and all these other places right next door, breathing down their neck. So, of course, they understood all these potentials. They had all kinds of models to look at and so on. So I think it's something that we should realize, that there will be a break-even point, that competent management and competently getting through the learning curve will get us to this breaking point earlier than it would if we just lackadaisically throw some money at energy efficiency. And then the program pays for itself. There's money going into the economy sufficient to pay for the remainder of the program. And that's what my chart seems to say. It says that to me. So it's like a no-brainer to go whole hog on energy efficiency. So that's the main point I wanted to make. I think that is, and in the interest of brevity, I'll make a couple of more remarks, and I will pass out, you've seen the chart, and I will pass them out back there. I think the point is, if you have energy efficiency and there are savings, that money goes back into the economy. And when money is saved in an economy, it gets spent again by somebody else, and then somebody else gets the money, and so on. I think it may be John Maynard Keynes or something like that theory, but basically money that's poured back in gets spent again, and the next person spends 80%, and the next person spends 80%. So those savings have an impact on the economy and on well-being across the state, even if it doesn't particularly, it just has that impact over and over again. I don't know how that works personally, but anyhow, there's just so many reasons to go for broke on this. Now, I like the idea of this bill as it is, because it isn't trying to reach for the sky and so on. But, I'd be the last person to complain if you just ended it altogether. I would like to caution that I've had such bills to end the Reggie rebate. I put in 3 bills during 3 of my terms here, and 2 of them passed the House and Senate, and they were both vetoed by the governor. So we want to be a little careful, and I think this bill might make some good headway, and I really am happy to see it. Thank you very much. I'm willing to answer questions.
Thank you, Honorable John Mann, for coming up here today and giving us this little presentation. Do we have questions for Representative Wendy Thomas? Has a question for Mr.
Thank you,
Mann.
Mr. Chair. I contract with the NH Saves program on the commercial side. And we all know that and I was hoping somebody from the utilities would be here, but I'll ask you. We know that the residential side of the NH Saves program always runs out of money, always. And so we always have to tell people, you know, if you're going to plan an energy efficiency project in your house, do it earlier rather than later in the year. If we increased the money from $1 to $3, do you think it would alleviate that problem?
I don't have the numbers, and so I couldn't answer it, but it certainly seems to me tripling the amount of funding would be a very good idea. And you could actually do more. I mean, you know, there's it's the idea of doing the most egregious, fixing the worst problems first and going on to the next. And there's the idea of trying to do the most you can in each house, get done. There's also some education that could be done, and that would be inexpensive because people can do a lot on their own. But I don't think people realize the importance, for example, of having fresh air directed to anything that burns anything in the house, whether it's your fireplace or, you know, gas stove or anything like that. Without fresh air coming in from outdoors, it's going to come in through leaks all over the house.
Thank you.
Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I actually did an analysis similar to this in a completely different context many years ago in an entrepreneurship course. But it assumed that this linear increase, as you have here for the linear increase in the actual energy efficiency effort, is truly a linear increase. Is that really what we are going to see, or is it more like the first thing you do is going to give you a lot of improvement, then the next thing and maybe a little less, and you're going to get diminishing returns rather than a linear increase?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. I have no way to. And in fact, I also think that that chart on the one side is very steep. The parabola is very steep, and that's way too steep. I don't think in any building that $1,000 worth of energy efficiency is going to immediately produce $1,000 worth of reduction in heat or anything like that. I think you probably have a 1 to 4 or 1 to 5, but so your break-even point is 5 times further out than the sharply rising parabola. But again, I think all the curves will be wiggly.
Representative Reynolds has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nonetheless, could you compare, contrast the usefulness or the return on investment between money devoted to energy efficiency programs like this and money that we spend on the low-income heating energy assistance program, in which we just give low-income folks money to pay their bills?
Well, I think there's an economic story, and there's also, being sympathetic with people. But I think any money you give to somebody for bill paying assistance is going to go straight to the oil company. And any money you spend on energy efficiency is it's going to take longer. So there's a lot of figuring out and so on. It's going to take longer for the impact to come back, but it will stay in the economy and multiply, as I said before. But it will also pay for jobs in energy efficiency for people who aren't, all that skilled. It doesn't take a whole lot to pick a shingle off outside of a house, drill a hole, blow insulation into the wall cavity, put the shingle back, and go around the house. And it's very effective. My wife bought before I married her, and maybe that's why I did, I don't know. But anyway, she bought this grand old house, a big house. It might have been the owner of one of these low price department stores in Boston. It was the Raymond's family. Anyway, and it was covered with asbestos shingle, which means there were people trying to control their heat. Because it's sort of an insulator. Anyway, Mass Save came in and in 6 hours drilled holes inside the house on all floors, blew insulation throughout the house. And I checked a few years later, and I went way to the highest point, took the clapboards off and the sheathing off. It was packed solid all the way to the top. That blowing in cellulose really works. Anyway, I don't know. She bought the house for 110,000. We sold it for 550, and Zillow has it for 1.1 million. Because people with that energy savings can put it into renovation. We could take those asbestos shingle off and have a guy do what they call a painting restoration. Scrape and paint, throw away rotten things and replace them and paint it. And the house looked terrific when we sold it. My wife had to personally get the raccoons out, but other than that, the energy efficiency work kind of imprisoned a family of raccoons. So, thank you. I love to tell stories. I better shut up before I waste all your time.
Okay, seeing no more questions, we thank you. Is there anyone else who has not spoken on this bill who would like to speak on it? Seeing none, we will be in recess until 3:30, when we will open a public hearing on House Bill 524 relative to the, no, that's the wrong one. House Bill 233 relative to useful thermal energy under the Renewable Portfolio Standard. See you at 3:30.
Chair's sitting over there. Okay, we're going to call to order HB 233 and introduce Representative Vose, Chairman Vose, to introduce his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm here to introduce House Bill 233 FN, which is a bill relative to useful thermal energy under the Renewable Portfolio Standard. As those of you who know me well know, one of my motivations in life is to lower ratepayer costs whenever I can. And I've introduced this bill to do just that. How will this bill lower ratepayer costs? It will lower them by increasing the number of thermal RECs that are available for purchase by utilities. And by increasing that number, it will also lower the number of alternative compliance payments that the utilities must make when there is a shortage of these Class 1 thermal RECs. Because alternative compliance payments are more expensive than RECs. So if there are more RECs and fewer ACPs, ratepayer costs will go down. That's the motivation behind this bill. A secondary motivation is a somewhat cultural motivation. As any of you who have visited a historical society in New Hampshire have noticed, if you look at photographs that were taken back in the early days of photography, 1840, 1850, the one feature you'll notice about photographs taken in New Hampshire back then, if they're photographs of the landscape, is an amazing absence of trees. By 1840 in New Hampshire, there were very few trees left because people cut them all down to build homes, heat homes, and cook food. So there's a cultural thread that runs through our existence here in New Hampshire that burning wood is a good thing for us to do. We've done it for years and years and years. If you look around at New Hampshire today, though, there is tons of wood out there that we're obviously not burning. And as you've heard people testify before this committee before, 2/3 of the wood in New Hampshire is low-grade wood. It's really not good to use to build houses, make furniture, or do other useful things with wood. But it's great for burning. You can burn it to make electricity, as the biomass plants do, a couple of them up north, or you can burn it in a wood stove or a wood boiler. And while it's not the most efficient way to heat a house, the BTUs in wood are fewer than the BTUs in some other fuels. Nevertheless, it does work. And as one of my friends recently reported to me, he's been burning wood in New Hampshire for most of his life. And he recently converted from a wood stove to a wood pellet stove. And he said he couldn't believe how much more efficient a wood pellet stove was than his older, more traditional wood burning appliance. So what this bill does is it actually makes it easier for and more affordable for people to install wood boilers and apply for renewable energy credits for doing so. The way the law currently is written, in order to prove that the wood you're using in your wood boiler is equivalent to certain megawatt hours of electricity to qualify for a REC, you need a meter. You need to be able to meter the BTUs, and then there's a table that you can use to calculate based on how many BTUs you use, how many RECs you could qualify for. Those meters, however, are kind of expensive, and the average homeowner probably can't afford to buy such a meter. So they are unable, basically, to apply for Class 1 thermal RECs as a result. What this bill will do is remove the requirement for a meter and ask the Department of Energy to come up with an alternative way to calculate based on the amount of wood that's being burned, but being used, typically wood chips, to come up with a way to verify what the equivalent in megawatt hours would be so that people could qualify for Class 1 thermal RECs. Now, the language of this bill as written may or may not accomplish that purpose. The Department of Energy will testify, once I'm done here, that they have alternative language that they think might work better to accomplish the same purpose. And that's fine with me. I don't care what language we end up using. I don't care what part of statute we end up modifying, as long as we accomplish the purpose, which is to expand the ability of wood burners to qualify for Class 1 thermal RECs. Because the more of those RECs that are out there, the lower cost will be for ratepayers. So that's my rationale for doing this bill. I'm not going to go any further because there's a lot of other people who want to testify, but I'm happy to take questions from the committee.
Looks like they didn't get your point, so I'll get. But I'll call on Representative Winnie Thomas first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair. On line 4, it says that verified by a method that is satisfactory to the Department of Energy. Could you define satisfactory?
That is a nebulous term, I would agree, but one that it basically means that a method that the department would accept as verification of the amount of energy used and its equivalent in REC applicable energy.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Thank you. By giving the sole authority to the DOE, could this method be in any way abused?
Any way abused?
Yes.
I'll let the department comment on that.
Thank you very much.
Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for presenting this. I just have a question. Maybe you can answer it. I don't know, because it's not apparent from the language of the bill, but you did mention you want to increase RECs for people who are burning wood. Would that include any kind of wood stove, or is it just simply, in your mind, limited to pellet boilers, or do you have a specific type of wood burning apparatus that you have in mind?
Personally, I'd like to see it apply to any kind of wood burning, but there are people who will testify after me who can answer that question more precisely. People who directly involved in the wood industry and in the production of these thermal RECs.
Representative Corman. You look like a Coleman, but that's okay. My apologies.
Do I look like a camping tent? Or, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking my question. So I just want to make sure I understand. So I have a wood stove at home, and I burn about 3 cords a year. So in your view, in your fantasy world, well, maybe not fantasy world, in your ideal world, let me put it that way, I could actually apply for RECs doing that.
You could.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
Representative Partial.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for taking this question. I imagine we will probably be seeing an amendment on this, so I'm going to try to limit my questions to some degree. I'm a big believer in homegrown solutions, and wood is, to my mind, a renewable in New Hampshire. And I understand the barriers posed by trying to meter wood in order to come up with a verifiable REC. There are other industries in New Hampshire, other renewables that produce RECs as well. Could you see applying this verification process to any other New Hampshire renewables that are eligible for RECs?
I can't think any off the top of my head, but that's a subject for another day that we could explore, certainly. I think for this bill, we'd want to confine our effort to getting Class 1 thermal RECs
I should have been speaking to this bill. Thank you.
I have one quick question. If this bill passes, would this also increase the market for the wood industry?
I believe it would, because if more people are able to get RECs for installing wood pellet stoves, then more people might do just that. So it might stimulate not only the burner business, but also the wood harvesting business, because there'd be more demand for pellets.
Great. Seeing no other questions, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Chair. And I will call upon Josh Elliott from DOE.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee. Again, for the record, Josh Elliott, Director of the Division of Policy and Programs with the New Hampshire Department of Energy. The department is neutral on this bill. As the prime sponsor had mentioned, sort of the goal of this is that we also see the department is to increase the number of thermal RECs, or TRECs, as they're called. I think that's probably the most fun acronym we have at the department, but that are available for purchase. In our last annual report for the Renewable Energy Fund, ACPs in the value of just over $2.8 million were made just for thermal RECs, for these TRECs, for Class 1 thermal RECs. So there's definitely a shortage of these RECs that are available in the market, which means that the electric distribution utilities, as well as competitive suppliers, are then required to make those alternative compliance payments. So, as the prime sponsor had mentioned, we do have a couple of suggestions about ways that the bill could be improved. I do have suggestions of language. I want to be careful. I know my colleague, Mr. Roberge, is far more versed in House committee rule process, so I want to be very careful. Please cut me off if I'm wandering too far astray. But essentially, and I'm happy to distribute these as well, that if we bifurcate the current statute, leaving the existing statute for large, let me just make sure I'm referring to the correct reference here. Yes, if we distinguish between large thermal sources and small thermal sources, so small thermal sources are defined in PUC rules, which will eventually become DOE rules, of 1 million BTU or less. So the goal of that, and a lot of these smaller units, as the prime sponsor had mentioned, it's not cost effective for the owner to put in one of these meters. Usually the meter ends up costing just as much as the installation of the system. So it doesn't really make sense for on a small scale to actually install these. So the suggested language would bifurcate that, leave the existing statute in place for the large thermal sources. So your wood-fired power plants, your larger things, larger sources that can afford, and it makes sense as part of their calculus in installing these systems to put those in. But for the average residential homeowner who may have a wood pellet boiler as their heating source, rather than spending double the amount just to get a meter, there would be an alternative measure come up by the department in order to make them eligible to generate TRECs. So with that, I'm happy to pass out suggested language, but I don't want to run afoul of any committee procedures.
You said you had something written down for all of us, or just?
Yes, I have copies.
You can pass it around. We'll keep it for our exec section. I'm assuming that's an amendment or just suggestions.
They are just suggested language, so it's not in the official OLS version.
Oh, okay, fine. Okay, thank you.
So with that, Mr. Vice Chair, excuse me, I'm happy to take any questions the committee may have.
Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. And I'm not sure if you're the right person to ask this or not, but I was struggling a little bit with the language in paragraph 2, and trying to reconcile that with the language in paragraph 1. Paragraph 1 seemed to say that the department is going to define an approach on how to handle measuring thermal output. And then paragraph 2 kind of says, but, you know, if somebody has a different approach, then maybe the department is willing to accept that. And I don't know if I misread that or if that to me seemed kind of problematic.
I would be hopeful that any methodology that the department would come up with, we would go through we would go through a stakeholder process to get input from folks, either who are users, either who install these types of systems to figure out, okay, what's the best way to really be measuring them. But to your point, yes, you could run into a situation of where maybe there's a disagreement. Half the folks think one way is the best, and other folks think the other way is the best, and then we sort of get stuck in the middle of trying to sort out which methodology should be used. And then we're, in theory, dealing with a potential onslaught of waiver requests that have to be reviewed and then either approved or denied.
Representative Kaplan?
Yeah, I guess I'll go. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I guess I'll ask this question. It might be jumping the gun a little bit. You mentioned rulemaking in terms of the methodology, but I'm just curious. Would in your mind, would that methodology have to include some sort of prerequisite that whatever residence was applying would have to be, adequately insulated before they could apply for something like this?
How do you mean insulated in like their home has to be insulated? Oh, so they wouldn't just be, burning a whole bunch in order to generate a whole bunch of RECs. Yeah. I think that probably if I were to guess, thank you for the question. If I were to guess, I would think that the value of the wood that you're putting in order to burn would probably be more valuable than the RECs you would happen to be generating. But that's not to say that you could end up with you wouldn't want to end up with some absurd result of where you have somebody who's just essentially burning a whole bunch of wood and then just minting RECs that way.
Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So I'm still just trying to understand a means of verifying the useful energy output. So, let's say, as I was asking before, I'm at home, I'm burning my 2 to 3 cords a year. How could we measure that output? Would it be that I present my bill from the guy who supplies my wood? And what if I'm supplying my own wood and don't have a bill? I mean, how would this work?
Thank you for the question. I was actually thinking of that in the back in terms of how you would adequately measure for somebody who is essentially self-reporting, right? They may have a bunch of timberland on their property, and they're using that. That one I think is a bit of a harder question to answer, but certainly something we would certainly have to consider as part of this. For somebody who gets wood delivered, so whether it's either in a pelletized form or they're dimensional wood chips or something like that, there's they're generally treated to an extent of where you can be able to measure by weight. So you'll basically, rather than, think of like if you're oil or propane, you get a certain gallons, how much you can get out of each gallon. The same idea, assuming that the wood chips and the pellets are treated to certain conditions, they're at the same, or within the same ballpark of sort of moisture content and things like that, that you'd be able to come up with some methodology. Again, that only counts for deliverable. When you get it off, the truck, there's a blower, it into whatever holding container. But to your point, yes, for somebody who's doing it themselves, and they're cutting wood on their back lot, it gets a little trickier.
Representative Otter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had to write this a couple times so I can incorporate T-Rex into the question.
Thank you.
For larger systems, qualifying for T-Rex requires meeting certain emission standards. Would that apply here?
That is a good question. I would have to check with the rest of the statute. I know our colleagues at DES generally regulate air emissions, and I would need to confer with them before I gave you a firm answer on that.
Follow up.
And you'll get back to us
Yes.
with that? Thank you.
Yes, of course.
Representative Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Quick question I have. We hear plenty of testimony about how New Hampshire should be able to follow the lead or mirror match what other states in New England around us are doing when it comes to renewables. And if we were to follow the state south of us, Massachusetts, I believe, is it true that they view burning wood as not a renewable?
Thank you very much for the question. That is correct. They are in the process. I don't know if they've quite finished yet, but they're in the process of removing what we would consider Class 3 biomass RECs as eligible for renewable generation.
Representative Winnie Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. In this process, would there be a process to appeal a decision made by the DOE?
Thank you for the question. It's not specified specifically in the statute. I think generally regarding best practices, there would probably be some sort of appeal decision, or if there's some sort of or grounds for an appeal. I think the department, if the committee decided to move forward with the bill, I think we would not be hostile to the idea that an appeal process would be put in. I think it's
Thank
general
you.
best practice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we'll move on. Thank you so much for. Oh, yeah, I didn't. Yeah, you didn't have your turn this time, so go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And thank you for taking my question. Not speaking about the how to incorporate this, but about the rec market. Of course, whenever you mess with whenever you become involved in any market, there's potential things don't work the way you want. Have you considered the possibility of putting more recs into the market may depress the existing rec market rather than making more available?
Thank you for the question. As you mentioned, right, it's a dynamic market. The market dictates what the trading price of those recs are and where they settle, depending on the policies of both New Hampshire as well as other states. Given the track record that we have seen with alternative compliance payments made by electric distribution utilities as well as the competitive supplier, we have seen that more alternative compliance payments are being made disproportionately for thermal recs, which indicates either that they aren't available, or if they are available, they are settling in other states where the alternative compliance payment is lower. So it makes more sense from a financial basis that the company, say if it's a large company, decides, okay, we're going to settle these in another jurisdiction. I'm making up states. Let's just say Massachusetts. They may have to pay an ACP of $80, again, making up numbers, versus New Hampshire, it would be 65 and change. That it makes more financial sense for them to settle them somewhere else and just make the payments here. For a number of the smaller competitive suppliers, sometimes they just don't have the volume that it doesn't make sense for them to go out to actually procure the recs themselves, so they'll make alternative compliance payments. But if you look at our annual report, it's pretty much across the board. Got it right here in front of me. Yeah, all, with the exception of Liberty, all of the major utilities, so that's the Co-op, Eversource, and Unitil, all made Class 1 thermal ACPs, as well as pretty much most of the competitive suppliers. There's a couple here that didn't, but I suspect that they probably either were able to, from a national basis, they were able to sort of cobble them together.
Thank you for that excellent answer.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. We'll move on. Thank you so much for your testimony. Always a pleasure to have you, Mr. Elliott.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair. I know I'm pale imitation to Mr. Roberge, but I try my best.
I'm going to call on Mr. Michael Licata from Eversource next.
Good afternoon. Michael Licata representing Eversource, also a pale imitation of Mr. Roberge. Happy to testify this afternoon in support of HB 233. As you've heard from previous testifiers, the bill aims to address a metering issue that we believe has really held back a number of thermal sources from being able to participate in the Class 1 thermal carve-out of the RPS. Generating more RECs, as the bill sponsor said, will reduce the utility's need to make alternative compliance payments. Alternative compliance payments, just by way of background, are essentially the ceiling or the cap, so that's the highest amount that the utility can pay. So a REC, by its very nature, if it's purchased, will be purchased less than that ceiling, thereby reducing costs. And as Mr. Elliott testified to, all the utilities, as well as, I should say, most of the utilities, as well as the competitive suppliers, did make significant ACP payments because of the lack of availability of RECs. Eversource, in the last compliance period, 2021, made payments of $1.2 million just for our thermal REC obligation for ACP. So certainly anything we can do to increase that supply not only reduces the cost of electricity, but also provides a benefit to the individuals producing those RECs, so the financial incentive. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Representative Bernardi.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So you heard the DOE propose potentially a large and small REC concept here, generator. Do you believe there are any wood-burning entities that are on the large-scale side that would benefit from a fix to the metering issue, or are they all well captured with the current metering standard?
Yeah, I'll defer that to folks from the wood industry who can speak much better to how they would comply with the metering issue. I would say, I think this is in response to some questions that were asked. The Class 1 thermal is not wood alone. It's solar thermal as well as geothermal and biomass, but there are, I think someone had asked this question, there are emissions requirements associated with the biomass, which, as the chair had said, the bill sponsor really, I believe, and obviously others in the industry can speak to this as well, confines it to pellets, wood pellets, in order to meet those emission standards. So very long way of saying I think there are others behind me who could answer that question much better than I could.
Thank you.
Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Do you have any idea how many additional RECs this metering would, or this would generate?
I don't. Again, folks within the industry who work with the individuals who are installing these pellet boilers would have a much better idea of that. Again, for the utility, excuse me, from the utility standpoint, we just see what's available that complies with the RPS that's been certified to generate the REC. We don't really have insight into what the industry is doing on the other end of that.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thank you, Mr. Licata. Oh, sorry. Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you. I just have a general question. Our environmental impact, is that considered when you give out recs like this? Or is, I mean,
Sure.
I don't know. I mean, that's.
Sure. So the types of technologies that qualify for the state RPS are specified in state statute. Most of them don't have emissions profiles, so whether it's hydro or solar or wind, when it comes to biomass, which does have an emissions profile, there's actually a rather elaborate, I think the DES might have left, but elaborate emission standard that they have to comply with in order to qualify for generating RECs. It's a different standard for thermal RECs, but there is a standard. So essentially the state of New Hampshire has made a public policy decision of the emissions profile, the environmental profile of the technology that can generate a REC in New Hampshire.
Okay, thank you very much.
And with that, thank you, Mr. Licata. Thanks for your testimony. Right now, I'm going to ask a question to Mr. Sam Evans Brown. There's been reference to wanting to hear people from the wood industry. Would you care if, is he part of your testimony? Because I only have one card for you.
I'm happy to testify. There are a number of folks here who represent.
Okay, so you don't mind waiting?
I'm happy to wait, happy to go now, whatever you prefer.
Okay, I'll bring some wood people up first, and then you can go next time. So I'm not sure which order this is in, but I have a Scott Nichols. And I've been kind of waiting to see Mr. Nichols come up here because you come from my hometown. I used to live up on Dame Hill.
Very close. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Scott Nichols. I run a company called Tarm Biomass. We import and distribute wood pellet, and wood chip boilers around the country. And I've been in this industry a long time. I've seen many of you in this room or a room like it before. I am also a individual seller of T-Rex in a building that I own, that I run my business from. So I kind of come at this from many different levels. I am here to support the bill as introduced. For going back about 10 years ago, working with then the PUC, this was a big question. How do we get residential pellet boilers at that time to be part of the TREC program? And the cost of metering those boilers made it difficult, prohibitive, and that's why I think we've settled at this point to just having TRECs for commercial boilers. The smaller boilers just don't produce enough TRECs to justify the cost of metering and verifying the output of the meter. So this, I feel, by loosening this standard for the smaller boilers, perhaps allowing TRECs to be created on the basis of metered wood, in the case of wood pellets, through certified scales of the trucks that deliver the wood, perhaps receipts from the stores where tons of pellets are purchased. I think there's a way to verify that pellets are being consumed, perhaps with some sort of minimum efficiency and some sort of minimum emissions criteria. I think it's totally possible, and we've discussed this for many years in the industry, again, with the PUC. Someone asked how many TRECs this would create, and I think that's a great question, but it's a difficult one because there are so many other factors that influence how many new pellet burning, wood chip burning, wood burning equipment or appliances enter the market each year. And one of the biggest factors is the cost of oil or gas, the alternatives. And more the cost of power. I think a lot of people have put heat pumps in with the promise that it's going to be very inexpensive. And for sure, it's less expensive than oil and gas, but now we've seen power prices increasing quite a bit. So we're basically in a period of energy turmoil, I think. And I think it's going to be this way for a while because it's confusing for bankers and investors to know what to put their money into. They're nervous about investing in future oil and gas exploration and development. They're nervous about refinery growth. And so we're basically through policy to increase the amount of renewables available to everyone. We're in a period of turmoil. And one thing that's not in turmoil in New Hampshire is wood supply. Our industry can help. We're not going to help everybody, but we can take a significant amount of stress off of heating bills and the availability of heating fuels. And if we can encourage people to buy what I sell and other products like them, I think we can help out the state by keeping more fuel dollars here. We can help out the utility, and we can just take a load off the grid all in all. Personally speaking, I use about 35 tons of wood pellets a year. TRECs pay me back somewhere between $2,500 and $3,000 for the purchase of those pellets. So it's a significant encouragement, inducement to continue to burn wood pellets. So if we want to burn wood in this state, if we believe in our own renewable resource, I think this is a great way to go. And I'll conclude with that and take any questions.
Thank you very much. Representative Partial.
Thank you, Vice Chair, taking my question, and thank you for being here today. Could you give me an idea of these meters? Now, you're in a commercial operation, obviously.
That's how I sell mine.
Yes, but if I'm talking about a residential operation, in order to sell RECs, I need to purchase a meter in order to see the BTUs that I'm producing. Could you give me a rough ballpark, and I sure won't hold you to it, but a rough ballpark of what the cost of one of those meters would be?
Costs about $5,000 to purchase and install a meter,
That's a good
which is
answer.
why you don't see them at residential installations.
Thank you.
Representative Winnie Thomas.
Um, eh, eh, so obviously, I used to be on resources, and so a lot of my questions are environmental. If we open this up to everybody getting thermorex, are we going to? I mean, the sponsor of the bill said that in the olden days you didn't see many trees because we burned them all. Are we going to go back to that?
I seriously doubt that we could ever go back to that. Nobody goes into the woods to cut trees for fuel. There's no value in those trees for fuel. They're worth basically nothing. And so you can't charge enough to harvest them. So the wood that we're burning for fuel is residual to the main harvest, which is for lumber. And the problem that we have is not that we're cutting too many trees. The problem that we're beginning to see is that forests are under pressure to be high graded, which means that people go in and take out the good trees, the nice straight tall ones, and they're leaving all the junk that basically is crowded and worthless and diseased. And with climate change and with increasing number of pests, thinking about the emerald ash borer, we actually are under some pressure to have more means for getting rid of this wood and making our forests more resilient and healthy. So I believe that by creating stronger, consistent markets for wood, I think we do a benefit to our forests.
Thank you.
Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm your neighbor right down the road. I'm from Lebanon.
Oh, perfect.
So I'm just wondering, is there some sort of resale market for pellets? I'm just thinking, imagine I buy a lot of pellets, get the RECs, and then sell them a little bit, to my neighbors, but I keep the RECs and then they can't. I mean, is that a scenario that could happen?
I suppose it could happen, but it seems sort of economically silly. Maybe I'm not seeing the whole picture, but if anybody's buying pellets, they're paying some rate, right? And so I'm not sure what benefit there is for them to keep the RECs and sell them, and the neighbor down the street doesn't get the RECs. Somehow the economics don't work out. Some pellets are sold for animal bedding, but I think that's really rare. They're expensive. So I don't see that being an issue. I think we need some kind of verification, and maybe it's, you got your fuel, your weight ticket from the delivery, or your receipt from Home Depot or wherever the pellets are purchased. And then maybe there's a side verification, like the number of operating hours each year for the machine, that somehow proves that, or at least comes close to proving that that number of pellets was consumed. I think it's possible to come up with something to verify.
I have one last question. It was we've been told before that there's not that much, high grade lumber here in New Hampshire. So when you say that you use wood from residual operations that cut down wood for lumber, I'm curious what type of, how much of it do we have here, and what kind of a market do we have? Because the two statements didn't seem to quite correlate. So if you could kind of give us a picture on where we get that wood from.
I will explain it to you in the simplest terms that I have, and I've learned it from my friend and colleague behind me, Charlie Niebling. 75% of our forests are low-grade wood, 25% are high-grade approximately, but 75% of the value is in that 25% of high-grade, and the 25%, or maybe even lower now, is in the low-grade wood. So it's not that we don't have high-grade wood, it's just that when a harvest is made, there is a huge volume that is not very valuable, and a small volume that is. But in order to have a healthy forest after a logging cut is done, that low grade wood has to be taken too, or else all that's left is the low grade. So part of good stewardship is taking some of all of it and leaving some and providing proper spacing and species that are going to flourish.
That's an excellent explanation. So thank you for that. It's good. Seeing no other questions, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming here. I'm going to call on a Morton Bailey from Lime Green Heat. From Lime?
That's correct.
Yeah, another stomping ground of mine.
Thank you all for having me here. Lime Green Heat's what I call a wood pellet fuel company. So we do sales and service of fully automated wood pellet boilers and furnaces, and we deliver bulk wood pellets. So our fuel delivery company is just like an oil or propane company. So we drive a tank truck to somebody's home, hook a hose up to a storage bin that's in their basement, or a silo outside at a business or municipality. And we blow those wood pellets in, just like an oil delivery is pumped into your tank. So our boilers that we work with are a little more sophisticated, meeting the EPA standards for efficiency, and our products that are rebated through the Department of Energy's sustainable energy rebate programs. So from our perspective in support of this bill, we can see the ability to show a metered amount of fuel that goes to each one of these systems annually. Along with that, we do service of these systems. So as Scott mentioned, we can track the service hours, the operational hours of the burner. So that gives us that two-stage system of verifying the fuel that's burned through the operational hours of the appliance. The other benefit we have is servicing that appliance annually, just like you have your gas or oil boiler service. So again, we can help to kind of verify the efficiency and the operational status of that piece of equipment. So we look at this, our industry, the thing that kind of turns us on about it is getting truly hyper-local energy. So we know that our wood is coming, from within the state or communities, state communities around it, and are going directly to offset oil and propane consumption here in the state, and building jobs and putting money back into the economy through that. So we just see a lot of benefits for the state having this really an energy creation from our forest products. So the ability to have these thermal RECs enter the market is just going to help incentivize homeowners, small building owners to start to make that move to New Hampshire made or Vermont made or Maine made fuel here. So it's really keeping that regional energy here in the state. And I think there are totally some reasonable questions here on how that's all going to be done across the board when it comes to different wood heating appliances. I think one thing to keep in mind as well is that there's already some statutes built in, so older appliances wouldn't qualify. So even if you were a large school right now, if you'd put in a wood chip boiler X number of years ago, you wouldn't qualify to sell thermal RECs. So I think that can kind of help to clean up a little bit of that going backwards on older systems too. And I think this is going to go back to help build that reserve of money to go towards these rebate programs that the Department of Energy runs now. So by having more RECs go out into the market, it in turn is going to feed back into these rebate programs, which is converting, residential and commercial systems over to wood pellets and wood chips here in the state. So yeah, glad to answer any questions.
Representative Nauder.
Thank you. I'm just curious, how many wood pellets could you fit in this room?
In this room, that's a great question. So you would probably fit somewhere in the area of 30 tons in this space. Sure.
Representative
Or-
Bernardi.
sure. Sorry, I could do the cubic footage and figure it
Do you
out
have,
for you.
do you have a weight question? A weight question?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So you said you don't believe that older units that may have been put in schools before or whatever would qualify? Why do you say that? Why do you make that claim?
I think Charlie can answer that, but I believe there's a date, prior to X year, those systems weren't able to qualify for thermal recs.
It's not an environmental standard. It's
No, exactly. I think it was a standard that the PUC built into that.
Thank you.
Representative Partial.
Thank you, Chair. This might have been a better question for the sponsor, but knowing that Massachusetts is not a lumber-intensive state, however, Maine and Vermont are you aware of programs like this in order to get down to this level? Are they possible in those states?
Actually, Massachusetts, I think Maine is coming up with a program, but Massachusetts has a program called ACE, another great acronym here, which allows homeowners to sell thermal renewable energy credits in their state based off from delivered volumes of wood pellets to their homes.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Representative Munns.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming in. I'll ask you the question I asked earlier. Do you have any idea how many additional RECs this could generate in New Hampshire?
I don't. I have not. I've not done that math.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank
Very
you all.
interesting. Thank you for coming. And now we will get to Mr. Charlie Nibbling, who I'm sure will shed light on some of these questions.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Thank you, Representative Vos and other co-sponsors of this legislation. And I'm here as a longtime advocate and supporter of the intelligent use of wood to make energy in the state of New Hampshire, with a particular focus on thermal energy over the course of my career. Speaking in support of House Bill 233, I did submit testimony through the online portal that addresses a number of questions that have come up. So when you get a chance, you can give it a read. I did bring a few copies, but I'm trying to get away from endowing you all with too much paper and keep it all digital. This is, in my mind, a very simple bill. The words "shall be metered," which have been in the statute since 2012, have made it impossible for the Public Utilities Commission and now the Department of Energy to consider verification and accountability protocols for thermal RECs that do not require a meter. And all this bill does is give them the authority to consider alternative methodologies. It doesn't mandate that they approve them. People will either petition or perhaps they'll consider a stakeholder meeting and throw ideas around. And ultimately, and my experience with the PUC over the years and with the Department of Energy is that they interpret their statutory authority very strictly and very conservatively. And I don't think they're going to do anything or approve anything that is contrary to the intent of this legislation. I just want to read one quick item here from my testimony, and that is that petitioners are still going to have to demonstrate that an alternative to BTU meters can ensure accurate and independently verifiable data as the basis for generating and ultimately qualifying thermal RECs. That's the standard that the Department of Energy will have to meet in whatever alternative methods it considers. And I did want to address a couple questions that came up and just correct the record in some cases. Representative Summers, you asked several weeks ago on House Bill 166 whether Massachusetts had made the decision to consider biomass as no longer renewable. That's true for the renewable portfolio standard, which is an electric energy standard. It is not true for the alternative portfolio standard, which recognizes renewable thermal energy from biomass quite enthusiastically. In fact, it's that statute that this provision would enable the Department of Energy to mimic in terms of some of the flexibility around verifying heat energy. The state of Maine has also adopted procedures that allow fuel input to serve as a proxy for heat output. So you've got two neighboring states that have done what this legislation will authorize the Department of Energy to consider. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Excellent. I'll go to Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This legislation sounds like a good idea. And if it's meant to lower the price of compliance by increasing the flow of thermal RECs into the market, that sounds like a good idea too, since it sounds like ACP's alternative compliance payments have been the norm. But are you, as a longtime proponent of the use of thermal energy and the creation of these thermal RECs, are you concerned that one result might be a bottoming out of the price of thermal RECs? And should we also consider an adjustment to the numbers in the thermal portfolio standard?
Thank you for the question, Representative Reynolds. I suppose, yes, I'm concerned. I think when thermal was added to the RPS through Senate Bill 218 in 2012, it was a very small increment as a sort of a test. Not long after the thermal provisions became effective in 2014 upon the adoption of rules, the price of oil and propane dropped quite dramatically. And as Mr. Nichols testified earlier, the cost of conventional fossil heating fuels drives a lot of the interest in alternatives. When they're cheap, as they have been at various times in the past, people go with convenience, they go with oil, propane, and natural gas. When they're expensive, people take a hard look at the alternatives, heat pumps, geothermal, solar thermal, solar PV with heat pumps, modern wood heating. They start looking at the alternatives. I think it's appropriate that the legislature consider adjusting all of the classes in the RPS, as legislation has contemplated on several occasions. The RPS effectively comes to an end in 2025, although it continues at the levels that are in place, the mandates that are in place as of 2025. But it would not be inappropriate for this body to take a look at those targets. Every other New England state has significantly increased their renewable energy mandates through their RPS or equivalent programs in recent years. Most notably, Rhode Island, which last year increased their RPS mandate to 100% by 2030. Maine, Massachusetts, Connecticut, 48%, just as a result of legislation just a couple years ago. Whether you agree that that's the right way to achieve a more aggressive vision for renewable energy or not is a matter for healthy debate. But I think it's appropriate to consider whether or not we're at a point where we need to take another look at that.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you for your testimony. And I'll call up Mr. Sam Evans Brown.
I will say that ample testimony has been given and anything I would say has been said. So only if you have specific questions for me do I need to take more of this committee's time.
Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Sam Evans Brown?
Okay.
Representative Notter, step up.
Hi.
Sorry to put you on the stand.
That's fine.
Would you be in favor of having a single class in the RPS?
A single, just so
all renewable energy and eliminate all the other classes. Is that what this bill would do? I mean, I guess I'm a little confused as to why that question is being posed to me right now in this particular hearing.
You need to follow up?
Well, it's something that we've talked about before, removing classes, adding classes. So just wondered what you thought about just one class.
Yeah, well, I answer questions like this as a student of history. I think it's worth asking why the RPS is structured the way it is, and the smaller subclasses, 2, 3, and 4 3 and 4 in particular were put in place to make sure that existing sources of generation that already are in place and functioning in New Hampshire weren't crowded out of the market as new generation came in. And so the question that this committee would have to ask itself is that legislative goal no longer a policy priority for the state of New Hampshire? When I look at the members of Clean Energy New Hampshire, many of which are businesses that are owners of that generation, I think a lot of them would take issue with the idea of eliminating the class structure, because the class structure recognizes that there are different capital profiles for different types of businesses that have been in place for longer. I think of the hydro facilities. Imagine yourself as the owner of a 100-plus-year-old piece of infrastructure that requires constant maintenance, but is having to make a go of it on today's energy markets, in which there's lots of new technologies coming in. And so I think the class structure really is something that's trying to preserve fuel diversity and preserve existing sources of generation. Now, if the question is, might we change the RPS to try to achieve some other legislative policy goal, I think we'd welcome that type of conversation. But I think if the question is, would I keep the RPS at the level that it's at today, so 25% renewable energy, and then just eliminate the class structure, I think the risk there is that some of those existing facilities in New Hampshire might found themselves crowded out of the market. I will say I'm surprised to get that question though about biomass today.
Well, to add context, we actually did have a bill come through here that would have had only one class in that program. So perhaps you missed that day.
Yes.
Probably would have had some good testimony on that had you been here. I'm going to call on Representative Parshall.
Madam Chair. And this might be a question that might be difficult to answer, but we are speaking of a renewable product with thermal, with wood, but it is not carbon neutral. And I guess what I would like to know is have some assurance on is that will be part of the formula as well as we go forward and looking how we can possibly replace our fossil fuel with wood. How will that be affecting our carbon footprint moving forward?
The question of the carbon neutrality of biomass is an incredibly complicated one that it's actually very difficult to answer. And so asserting that biomass is not carbon neutral, I actually think is not correct. In fact, there are many organizations that do assert that biomass is carbon neutral. Of course, the question of how you account for the carbon emissions in the biosphere is, as I said, very, very complicated. I would answer the question of carbon neutrality in New Hampshire's forests, though, very simply, which is that if you look at the broad macro trends, which again, I'll do what Scott Nichols did and say, I know this because Charlie Niebling told me, which is that we are growing vastly more wood than we are cutting in New Hampshire at current trends, because large users of low-grade wood have phased out in recent decades. So the pulp mills and now the biomass electric burning plants up in northern New Hampshire. And so we're a long way in New Hampshire's woods from finding ourselves in a place where we're cutting more than we're burning. If we were to see those trends start to reverse, then we might need to get serious about how are we doing our carbon accounting in our woods. But as it stands, the wood markets are hurting, and that means that there's a lot of wood growing out there.
Thank you for your reassurance. Thank you.
I'm going to end. Okay. I'm going to call on Representative Pelosi. He hasn't asked a question yet, so you be my guest.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I wonder if you could ask a question. Maybe you could point the committee to someone. I understand over the years, I think it's 8 years, our carbon heat sink in New Hampshire, which I thought was mostly forests, has been getting smaller. I have the numbers, but not in front of me. But there is data showing our carbon sink in New Hampshire is lessening. And then I hear more trees are growing. Do you know where this carbon normally goes if it's not going to trees? Thank you.
So I would love to see whatever source you're citing and help interpret it. My understanding is that the loss of forest land in New England as a whole, and New Hampshire as well as part of that, as part of that regional trend, is largely driven by development and as opposed to the timber industry. Losing woodlots and turning them into housing developments is the greatest threat to the carbon sink in New Hampshire. But would love to see that report, whatever it is.
You follow up?
Vice Chair, just to answer the question, it was I think it's a federal environmental study, but I can get that for you or for you.
Okay, Representative Munns, I'll take one last question.
Thank you. Thank you for being here again today. The reason I keep asking people how many wrecks this could potentially generate is I'm trying to get a sense of, what these additional wrecks and the reduction in ACP payments might have on power rates. Is there any, can you provide any insight?
It's a great question, and I think I could work with the folks who have a better finger on the pulse of the pellet industry in particular to try to come up with some sort of estimate. I think, generally speaking, any estimate that we were to come up with might be a little bit back of the napkin, and so I wouldn't put a great deal of faith in it. But if you look at the latest Renewable Energy Fund report, I mean, it's the alternative compliance payments for the TREC class is in the neighborhood of 1.8 million, I think. And so any TRECs that are generated are going to lower that number, and that's the goal of this bill.
Follow up?
Okay.
So what I'm trying to do is just get an order of magnitude, and I think you've kind of provided a little bit of insight that, I mean, if all of the 1.8 million went away,
which it wouldn't on year one,
you're not talking about a dramatic change in electric rates. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. I sense we have a last-minute add-on. No, I saw it coming. Jason Stock, how could you possibly have not come here beforehand?
I thought I was going to sneak out of the room and wouldn't be any questions. For the record, I'm Jason Stock. I'm the Executive Director of New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association. And although I hadn't planned, I come in support of the bill. We do support the bill. We have members that participate in the TREC market. They burn wood. And so we do come in support of the bill. I just wanted to kind of clarify a couple things, and I'd be happy to answer questions. As a state, we do continue to grow more wood than we harvest. Where is carbon stored? It is stored in the leaves, the branches, and even in the soil. So there's carbon even in the soil, in a forest soil, both in the duff and of course in the roots of the plants themselves. So when you look at carbon, and there are studies upon studies that look at this, there are studies that show that even with our forest and they're continuing to grow, carbon continues to be stored at all levels of the landscape. And so, in as much as this bill, or even the biomass energy plants, if a couple of those were to come back online, we'll continue. I am very confident that we'll continue to grow more wood. When we look at wood harvest and mortality data, and growth data, even from back in the days when Berlin was up and running. And Representative Noel knows that facility used a lot of wood. Even in those days, we continued to have a positive balance of growth in the state. In fact, one of the concerns when you talk to kind of silviculturalists and biometricians that study this, one of the concerns is that our forests are actually getting older and getting too old. And like humans, as a forest gets older, its growth starts to slow. And so when you talk to some of these folks, and even the wildlife people, they'll tell you we don't have enough younger forest. We need to be having more forest out there that are younger. So I raise these points just to show and try to hope to allay any concerns that this bill or any of the other biomass bills that you've heard in recent weeks that, you know, if adopted, we're going to wake up one morning and there'll be a moonscape out there with no trees and just a field of stumps. That's not going to happen. As Scott Nichols had said, biomass, whether it's wood chips or wood chips that go into pellets, they are a byproduct of harvesting for timber, for lumber. And so with, 2/3 to 3/4 of everything that's standing out there, but it being low grade, it's just inevitable you're going to produce it. And so this thermal markets do present an opportunity. They do present an opportunity to utilize this material. And so from the forest, but also from our mills that are producing lumber. They take a round log, they square it up, they chip the slabs. A lot of that product goes into these types of facilities as well. So I just wanted to speak to this, and I think when I testified on 166 earlier this, I think it was 2 weeks ago, I provided a graphic from our friends at the Department of Agriculture that shows and differentiates the carbon cycles, looking at a geologic versus, and I think it's the biological, I'll call it the biological carbon cycles, and kind of that difference. And I think that's something this program does not tap into that geologic cycle. This is on the left side of the paper with the kind of biologic cycle. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Representative Reynolds, please ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Scott, with your testimony today, are you going on record in favor of discrimination against older forests?
I love all forest.
And with that, we will
Thank you.
thank you, Mr. Jason Stock, for answering those questions. And seeing no other speakers, we will close HB 233 FN. Thank you all, and I will turn the meeting over to our real chair, Chairman Vose.
Thanks, everybody. Not much to add, but just to remind you all that Thursday we will hear 2 more bills, and then we will have an extensive executive session starting at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Representative Ploget will give us some statistics about the blue sheet for the last couple of bills.
Thank you, Chair. On the previous bill, House Bill 524, the blue sheet was 6 in support, 1 opposed. On line 47 in support, 1 opposed. House Bill 233, the blue sheet had 3 in support, none opposed. On line 50 in support, none opposed. Thank you, Chair. Oh,
Okay.
I apologize.
For what?
On line 50 in support, 1 opposed. Thank you.
Oh, okay. All right. So we're done. Thanks, everybody, for being here today, and we'll look forward to seeing you on Thursday. And of course, we'll see you all tomorrow in the in Representatives Hall for the House session. See you then. Safe ride home.